You're going to pay $300,000 to debate Candace Owens, the world's foremost expert journalist in this field, and you're not going to prepare for your debate at all? You're not even going to read the most basic documentation and court filings to do with it? You're not going to know the charges? Or basically anything else in detail? That's dumb, and you're about to pay the price for it in 4K. What's up? Welcome back to Candace and Carroll. The studio's been packed up for several weeks now, but I had to throw a little thing together to respond to this debate, which I'm sure you are aware of, between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens that happened yesterday. It's all over the internet. It's getting clipped like crazy. People have a lot of strong feelings, and I think it's pretty obvious who the decisive winner was. But there's a lot that was left unsaid. There's a lot of points that didn't have room or time or the inspiration to be made at the time. There's a lot of misunderstandings. And there's a lot of funny moments to unpack and shillery and stuff like that. So I decided that what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a full reaction to the whole thing and add a lot of commentary over a lot of parts. And it's going to be a pretty long video. We won't play it at normal speed, so we'll move through it as fast as we can. But for people that want the full thing all broken down with all sorts of points added in, this will pretty much be that. And then we will also make a shorter edit and try to get that out tomorrow or something like that, that will be more shareable. And if you don't have the time for the whole thing, or you just want the cliff notes, we'll try to make one that's a lot shorter that's clipped down from this as well. But without further ado, let's not waste any time. We have a lot to get through. Let's just pull up the video and get to responding to Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. The debate of the century, the $300,000 debate, which some have pointed out that might be the most expensive debate that's ever happened, which is weird on so many levels, from Andrew Wilson being able to afford it or not, how he got the money to afford it or not, whether the money was actually paid or not. I presume it was, and why you would pay so much money to get the opportunity to do this to yourself and your career on what amounts to national TV, international TV, really, worldwide TV. But we'll get to all of that. Before we start, obviously, I have a bias. I'm obviously on Team Candace, both because of my friendship with her and my respect for her investigation and her perspective. I obviously don't have a lot of respect for Andrew Wilson. I don't know a whole lot about him, aside from, the obvious stuff floating around online. But I try not to judge him for the personal stuff so much. And I was trying to reserve hard judgment on how he would do until I saw him in this debate. Because I was assuming he was going to do a lot better than he did. I was thinking that he was an actually talented, skilled debater that had a mastery of his craft. So I was expecting a lot more from him, honestly, than what we got. But that's fine, whatever. I am going to point out flaws in whatever logic. I'm going to point out mistakes that Candace made as well. That's not because in many of those cases, you'll know that that's not because I'm thinking that she's dishonest or lying necessarily, as much as in the moment, it's hard to think of everything. In the moment, it's hard to come up with the right comeback or understand everything properly or give the exact perfect explanation for someone to understand what point you're trying to make, especially someone like Andrew Wilson, who is trying to be intentionally obtuse, it seems like, most of the time. And I think there's some places too, probably, where Andrew Wilson was trying to communicate something that Candace was missing, either intentionally or unintentionally. So they started talking past each other a lot. But we'll just try to break it all down. So what I'm saying is, I've got a bias, but for purposes of this analysis, I'm going to try my best to park it at the door, at least until the very end, when Andrew makes a really absolute fool of himself. And then it's hard not to, form your own bias right there on the spot. But we'll get to that later.
So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence.
Let's speed this up.
That Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming.
I know this is going to be too fast for some of you. Deal with it. We got a lot to get through. Obviously, we're redefining overwhelming right at the start, which is, pretty important.
Overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you all.
Reading your opening statement, not a good move, bro. Not a good look. makes you look weak, makes it look like you don't know what you're talking about. And not even a passionate reading, not even a rehearsed oration, not even a looking up at the camera, down at the text, back up at the camera, down at the text, back up at the camera. None of that. Just reading a canned statement that might as well be written by Blake Neff.
Already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire.
I love that tweet still to this day. I'm very glad I posted that tweet, iconic tweet, where I tweeted that, and they always cite it incorrectly. What the tweet said was it was one day after the shooting, and I had refrained from making comment for a full 24 hours to watch what happened, to try to not jump on the news bandwagon the moment of, which is not normal for people in my position. Normally, people with a big audience would be jumping on it right away to get views. And I waited 24 hours and watched the internet, and the whole internet came up with the Israeli angle right away. It was not me. It was everybody. And that was when I tweeted that the entire internet has already figured out that the most likely culprit is Israel. And then I made a facetious statement that I stand by, that Charlie was their friend and they killed him in cold blood in front of his family. They just shot themselves. And I stand by all of that. And I think that that has only been proven out more. And I think it will continue to be proven out. And Israel 100% shot themselves. Even if they had nothing to do with it, just the perception they've allowed the world to have of them at the moment in time when this unfortunate event occurred, and then their response, everyone's response to the event. Look around you. The fact that everyone is saying Israel did it is evidence to that point, even if they didn't, though I suspect they did.
This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this."
That's actually not true. The entire theory was built long before we had those messages. The theory actually started because Harrison Smith had tweeted a month prior. Harrison Smith being a journalist for InfoWars, who I know personally, who is a very high integrity person, a very good journalist. And he tweeted a month prior to the event, to the killing, that Charlie Kirk had told one of his good friends, who had then told Harrison, that Charlie was concerned that Israel might kill him if he turned on them. That's hearsay. It's secondhand, but it had been posted before the assassination with no knowledge of any assassination plan, just coincidentally. And when people went back and looked at that, that seemed very relevant. And then people started to notice George Zinn, which was a very strange, immediate thing right on the day of. And then more pieces of evidence started to get put together. People started to talk about Charlie's recent podcast appearances, Charlie's recent events, and the scandals around Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson being at them. And this whole conversation emerged, and it escalated largely because everyone that was pro-Israel vehemently painted it as made up. And they vehemently tried to smear Candace and pretend that there was none of this was happening and it was all made up. And then Candace dropped receipts in the form of these text messages that Andrew is citing as this misconstrued evidence. Ironically, one of the first pieces of evidence that Andrew is citing is evidence that Candace brought to the case, which he will later say that Candace brings nothing. She has no facts, no evidence, no sources, no nothing, despite the fact that one of the first pieces of evidence that he cites in his whole prepared opening statement is evidence that Candace brought that was obscured by the side that he is representing, that was intentionally lied about by the people that he is representing. So,
giving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war.
It was sent in the context of going to his donors. That group text message included his donors. It included very powerful people. It's not the kind of group chat where you're talking to your boys about like your private thoughts. It was a public statement to the money saying, this is fucked up and it's going to force me out and I'm going to leave and this is how I feel. That's not a little text, but you're perfectly welcome to come to your own conclusion about what that text message means.
Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say...
Remember that quip about the dream? It's an unnecessary character attack at Candace that's totally irrelevant.
Hey, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025.
So he's carefully laying out in his prepared written statement that he has a secret text message that no one else has seen that Charlie sent the day before he was killed. How did Andrew Wilson get this text message? Obviously, he was given it by Turning Point USA, thereby by Erica Kirk. And he admits as much later. So that's interesting. We'll get to that in a second.
I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic.
It's an interesting statement that he made in his written statement. He seems to have come in with a plan, with preparation, with a written statement, with prepared evidence to try to, break this thing wide open. And he sort of alluded to having more, but then never showed anything else, never brought anything else later. And I don't know if that's because he got derailed, he got distracted, he forgot, or he was just making that up from the start. And he doesn't actually have any more, exclusive TPUSA provided evidence. Listen, I got to interrupt for a second. I'm going to have my editor slide this into the video somewhere early on because somewhere around like the 3 or 4 hour mark, I realized that we had made a mistake. And trying to react to the whole thing is a little, it got a little out of hand. You already know that you're watching a very long video. So I love you for signing up for that. But I just wanted to, lay the groundwork, tell you that basically, I can't do live streams right now. So this is the closest we can get. This is like a live stream, just tomorrow. But there's no edits. We didn't cut anything out. It's just one chill afternoon together, you and me. And I miss that. And I'm very excited for the day when we can do real live streams again. And we can get kind of like the whole studio back together and everything get chop. But for now, we're making do. And I really appreciate you. And I really appreciate you being here. Oh, and while you're at it, I haven't seen you in a long time and haven't been producing a lot of videos lately. But that means that it would be extra helpful here at the start if you were to like the video. If you're not already subscribed, you're going to love it, dude. You're going to love it. So press that at the end. And if anyone wants to watch, I don't know, 8 hours of debate reaction, however long this video is, then share it with a friend. Share it with a friend. Or maybe you got an Ian Carroll homie that you can just share it with them to let them know I'm still alive. And that would be a big help. Appreciate you. Love you guys. Cool. I'm getting the fuck out of here. So it only took the internet one day to dig up this juxtaposition that points out that Andrew Wilson has this new text message from the day before Charlie was killed of Charlie saying, I'm worried the left is going to kill me, allegedly, which he doesn't share on the show personally. We'll get to that in a second. But he says that he has it and he claims that that's what it says. And obviously it was given to him by Erica Kirk because she's in possession of Charlie's phone now. There's nowhere else that it could have come from, Erica and or TPUSA in general. And he admitted as such later on in the debate or on Twitter generally later. I forget where. So there's some discrepancy now between what he is claiming in this debate with this text message and what Erica Kirk herself claimed several months ago during an interview.
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Charlie responded with this. Okay.
So that Erica clip is from back in the day when a lot of us weren't sure what to make of Erica. That's back in the day when I thought that Erica knew what was going on and was searching for justice behind the scenes. That was back when I suspected that Erica Kirk was pushing for answers before we saw her do the cover-up. This was one of the first interviews where it really started to come across that Erica Kirk is not interested in any investigation or any answers beyond the ones that are already being supplied as certainty. And this statement, you could hear in her voice this sort of snide, he was not doing any of that. He didn't send anything like that. And I know because I have his phone, to sort of exaggerate it. And that really spoke to me at the time, still does, as being like, fuck you, and I've got the phone, I've got the evidence, and it's a weird tone to take about your husband's murder investigation, to be snarky about how you know exactly what's true because you have the phone. Anyways, I bring that clip up because it's just a little too tactical to come with your prepared written statement that references your never before seen evidence that was provided to you by TPUSA, who's totally not paying your $300,000 bill for this debate at all, even though you went and met with them and then changed your stance on them and then started white knighting for them right after you were paid to train their debaters for debates. It's all a very funny series of events to get Andrew Wilson here with that text message that is awfully suspicious and directly contradictory. So it's like either Andrew Wilson is lying or Erica Kirk was lying directly into the camera on behalf of TPUSA. One or the other. And neither one is good. Because realistically, this is representing Erica Kirk. She's the one that sent him with the text message, obviously. And he's obviously coming to present it. That's it. So that's awkward. That right there is pretty duplicitous and strange.
Chaotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit.
That's a weird definition of evidence of the gaps. I think he just made up that phrase. I don't know if that's a real phrase. But what it sounds like it means is that where there is absence of information, that informs you of things. And where there is absence of evidence, that can be telling. And honestly, in a lot of conspiracy theories, that is 100% true, is that the absence of evidence is often how you discover a cover-up. Often, the fact that this doesn't add up, or this doesn't make sense, or this video is missing, or the murder weapon isn't there, things that should exist that aren't, that is often very legitimate evidence of a cover-up or a conspiracy or something bigger. And like you can look at 9/11 and search for the missing plane that hit the Pentagon. That's an absence of evidence of the gaps. That's very legit. The absence of any explanation for how Building 7 fell is part of the beginning of a very serious inquisition into, did planes really cause these collapses, or was it something else? And obviously the something else is a controlled demolition. And so the evidence of the gaps is a very reasonable way to start asking questions and to start an investigation and to look for what fills those gaps. But then he just defines it all totally differently into like, you're just making things up. Is how you know this guy's a fake conspiracy theorist. He doesn't actually believe any of these things he's talking about.
The death of a good man. But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is a killer, at least based on evidence so far. And Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the...
Note that he said his theory, his position is that the state is correct. That's his position. That comes up later.
Killer, and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy.
This is a very weird statement. It's a weird moralizing that he's doing here at the start. It's okay to have doubts, just not too much doubt. You're allowed to have doubts, just not doubts I don't like. You're allowed to have doubt, just not doubts that I find morally disagreeable for my own personal morality. You're allowed to have doubts, but you can't pair those doubts with suspecting alternative realities. Although those are inherently the same thing. Because if my child tells me a story about where he was when he was missing, and I doubt that story, it's because I suspect something else was happening. I suspect you were off skateboarding with your friends when you said you were doing homework, right? It's because you suspect something else was happening. So it's a weird moralistic non sequitur of a concept of like, let me tell you how much doubt you're allowed to have, bud.
Than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence.
I agree that it wouldn't be fair for her to come in trying to defend that it's like mostly, and he's trying to defend that it's overwhelming, even though that is technically the actual state of play, is that if you're trying to defend the death penalty for Tyler Robinson before the trial has happened, then you are climbing a steep cliff of, the body of evidence that you should be supplying, the level of certainty that you should have in order to make that statement. Whereas in order to say that I don't think that happened, I think that's a lie, and I think something else happened, and I want to find out what it was, the bar for that is not overwhelming evidence to support any one alternative claim. The bar for that is doubt. So in reality, Candace is only trying to establish that there's doubt in that, and because there's doubt in that, anything else is possible. And the vast majority of anything else includes a version of having a patsy, because basically the moment that it's not a lone nut, it's a conspiracy. And the moment that it's a conspiracy, there's almost no options that don't include a complex intelligence agency backed type of thing, whether clandestine or criminal or whatever. And in that, there will almost always be a patsy, because that's just how you fake an assassination. That's how you run an assassination where you don't get caught. And there's lots of historical precedent for that we can discuss in a minute. So even though the actual real life barriers for these two different claims is vastly different, and the actual claims that are being made are in different categories, so to speak, in terms of certainty and outcome, it's still more fair as a debate if they both have to positively defend a theory, so to speak. So that's cool. I'm glad that Candace agreed to that statement. Although I think that she could have done better presenting it. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim. There's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing.
That's not what overwhelming means at all. That's not what overwhelming means at all. But if you want to define it that way, whatever, we can give it to you. Overwhelming means it's convincing, which is basically the same as like, probably is pretty good. Like the one thing he just said that he didn't want Candace to weasel into.
I see.
Even though they both kind of weasel into it a little bit throughout the debate.
Almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making.
Why would Andrew Wilson, who self-admittedly thinks all women are retarded, we'll get to that, why would he pay $300,000 to debate a woman in her basement about like the moral objectivity of her podcast? And then come in with this level of conviction and give this level of performance. Let's just say you could use your common sense about whether that's suspicious and why that would be happening and what he's really up to and what's going on here. Because, most of us clocked it from a mile away.
Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative.
You know who couldn't be doing more damage to the right than possible? Trump. The uniparty blob around him, the deep state, and all the influencers that are peddling all their bullshit and, papering over all the lies, all the broken promises, covering up for the Epstein files, pretending like we all wanted the Iran war, pretending like we're not losing the Iran war objectively, intensely, and really horribly. There's really no one that is doing more damage to the right than Trump and, the right that is currently in charge of the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the fucking White House. So let's be clear about who is destroying the right. Nothing wrong with commentators, objective commentators that voted for him, that supported him, that are now promise broken by him. Nothing wrong with them criticizing him for all that. Perfectly fine. And to be clear, Charlie Kirk would have been one of them. That's the whole premise here. Charlie Kirk would have been criticizing Trump over all of these things too. He did objectively all throughout his final years of life. And so then, I mean, I would make the argument, I'd be happy to make the argument that Turning Point USA is actually doing more damage to the right by turning to now support Israel full on, support the Iran war, try to, finagle a version of like, oh, come on, kids, there's no affordability crisis. They're trying to peddle all of the mainstream slop when that was never what Charlie was doing. And so Turning Point is damaging themselves because they're going to destroy their own credibility by doing so. Not to mention, all this stuff about the case and Erica and Blake and Andrew and all that.
Of outreach organizations for young people. She's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class.
He also just referred to TPUSA as one of the largest right-wing outreach programs for young people in America. And while that is technically true, that's not the whole story. It's one of the largest Zionist right-wing outreach organizations for young people in America. And that is critically important because the Zionists that paid to build TPUSA probably want it to stay that way. They probably don't want it to become the Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson come out on stage and share their opinions all the time to millions and millions of young American people, right?
She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including...
She spent her life building it too, bud. It was obviously Charlie's. Charlie built it. Charlie was the face of it. It was all Charlie. But Candace was probably the second biggest single contributor to Turning Point USA's public rise and image and perception among young people and success over the years. And without her, it would not be the same thing at all. And Charlie would not have had the same path and become the same man and achieve the same things. And, you could obviously make the argument that the donors probably come above Candace in terms of influence over TPUSA. But I mean, the short list would include Charlie Kirk, the big donors, maybe like the Tyler Boyers of this story, maybe, which is their whole own can of worms. And then Candace Owens being the next biggest contributor for, the vast majority of Turning Point's storyline.
Being his wife, and it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she find the answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
So, whatever. I was going to point out that he was looking down at his screen the whole time.
Your system?
I did.
Okay, great.
So, let's be real. That's the opening of Candace's sort of snark stance, which is a very wise debate stance. It's not strictly speaking like a truly good faith debate stance, but it's pretty obvious from the start here that Candace went into this knowing that Andrew Wilson was not coming in good faith and that the whole thing was sketchy and clearly not what it was presented as. And it was all kind of a joke. And I think Candace kind of took it as a bit of a joke the whole time, despite trying to be professional and not, stack the deck against him and not do gotcha clips on him and not bring a pickle jar to try to ask him to open and all that stuff. She still was, she took the position, her debate stance that she takes when she's debating someone who she's not worried about, who she's not even the slightest worried about. And I think that it resulted in her not making as many good points as she easily could have at certain times. But that's not to say that I would have done any better or that she sucked, just that it's hard to, nail it all perfectly in the moment.
Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and I will just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and
from conviction,
diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people
looking up at her opponents.
These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think we've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running the podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence.
It's such a strong opener, where she basically extends an olive branch to him and says, I don't think you're that dumb. I don't think that you're actually that, you're smart enough to not make that argument. And I think that that's a silly argument for you to make because you should be here to debate in good faith, and you can, and please do, because obviously that's not the thrust of what I'm here to do. Obviously she cares, and obviously she has a lot of expertise in it, and obviously it's not all just dreams and gut feelings because of this. You paid $300,000 to come here and debate me. You wouldn't be doing that if it was because I had a dream, clearly. And really the theme of the entire debate is that Candace knows this case up, backwards, down, left, right, center, upside down, asleep, back of her hand, whatever you want to say. She's fucking lived, eat, slept, breathed this case ever since day one, for obvious reasons. And there is no expert in the world more qualified than Candace Owens to tell you about this case, except maybe Baron Coleman, because Baron Coleman has covered it so extensively as well. There's really no replacement for that legwork, for doing that research, for living the case, for actually like engaging with the information. And it's obvious that Andrew Wilson hasn't done that and that he does not have a grasp on this case in any detailed way. And over and over and over, culminating in the big roast at the end, over and over and over, you can tell in subtle and not so subtle ways that Andrew Wilson does not know the evidence that they're actually discussing. And then Candace Owens can in detail describe when it was presented, who presented it, where it came from, what the circumstances were, what the context was, what the credibility of it is, what the legal situation of it is, how it affects the case, etc. And she does that over and over and over.
You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, but nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And
it's easy to forget just how intense that propaganda campaign was. It was just as intense as the 4K video footage propaganda, attempt that they just made. It was total. It was the whole scope. I mean, do you remember who Josh Hammer is? Do you remember back in the day when Josh Hammer had a face that was on the internet sometimes that anyone cared at all about? There was this brief moment in time in history where Josh Hammer was a person that people knew who he was and saw his face. And it was when he was trying to come out here and make this case that he was Charlie's good friend and that he was the biggest Zionist supporter, blah, 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 blah. And obviously they were all humiliated because that was all a complete and total lie, because Candace Owens shared text messages that clearly showed incredible doubts about the whole situation. And it really snowballed once people started to dig into it all. So just remember how intense that propaganda campaign was.
Demonstrated via text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I ddid share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting.
It's believable that if, Charlie dies and Candace and people are making this claim that he was turning on Israel, it's totally believable that a certain amount of people out there on the internet would believe differently and kind of want to vehemently defend that a little bit and be like, no, he wasn't turning on Israel. That's totally believable. It's very, normal for a large portion of the public media space to take different opinions just because of their own convictions. Believable. That's really not what it felt like during this whole Charlie loved Israel push after he died. It was organized. It was talking pointed. It was a little bit scripted. It was supported by institutions like TPUSA and the U.S. government and the government of Israel. And it just felt all very contrived, as though it had a campaign behind it. And organic, rational truths, facts, don't tend to have campaigns behind them. They tend to just exist and be discoverable to anyone who's interested. The fact that there is a propaganda campaign to tell you that Charlie never changed on Israel should tell any logical thinking human, a little something about what might be going on there.
Fed slap. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity,
smart tactic to just assert that.
What is the likelihood that Tommy Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now,
critical moment. What percentage of certainty do you have on your theory?
I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
So he's 75 to 85% sure that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. That is not overwhelming. If you're 75% sure of something, you're not overwhelmed. Okay. 3/4. 2 coin flips. If they land on heads, whoops, you killed the wrong kid. That's not overwhelming evidence at all. But whatever.
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not
And yeah, I was at damn near 0% just from the nature of the wound and the alleged firearm used. Just based on the bullet, the alleged bullet, the magical bullet alone, we're damn close to 0%. Like, as in, the chances of that shot making that wound is well under 1%. If you shot that shot 100 times at a human neck, I believe, based on what I've seen, I could be wrong, but I believe that less than 1 out of 100 times, the bullet would stop in his neck with no exit wound and no other exterior damage. And that would make it, round down to 0%. Just from the wound with nothing else.
only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. If you said, was he involved that day? As I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah, but
Losi.
just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie.
At this moment, I thought that we were going to get a real conversation. At this moment, I was still hopeful that this was going to be a, somewhat quality debate with actual information about the actual case discussed. But I was wrong. At the start, Andrew Wilson seemed to be interrogating her perspective about facts of the case and trying to find common ground and just sort of establish what she knows. And that seemed like a both logical strategy for him to win and also a good faith strategy to have a quality debate.
And I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
This is quality debate, and he seems poised right now. This is what I would expect a high quality debater to bring. This sort of poise, this apparent, fairness, this intellectual honesty, genuine questions, back and forth.
So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06, low C, 150.
That was pretty poorly described on her part in the moment, but no worries. Valhalla VFT shot through multiple different plates of steel with his 30-06, including, I believe it was 1/8, 1/4, and 3/8 inch steel. And it almost went through 1/2 inch. Maybe it was 3/8 inch steel. So we can shoot through steel plates. We can shoot through cast iron pans. We've seen it go through all kinds of bone, pork, cinder blocks, all sorts of stuff.
Feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing
we never do
is in the timeline. One of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's such a weird detail for him to pin in on so much, and it speaks to me of prepared, memorized talking points, not knowledge of the case, and not a genuine personal opinion. Because there's this thing you notice when you are one of us that has these online presences. You notice that the organized detractors that are associated with smear campaigns, as opposed to genuine individuals that just don't like you, the ones that are associated with organized smear campaigns, they always come with the same prepared talking points, independent of each other. Like they're not like they don't know each other at different times. Like I will get the same people, or rather I will get totally different people bring the exact same like old TikTok video up as like a gotcha on me of like, you never answered this, or you lied in this old video from 2.5 years ago. And just random different people will bring that up over and over and over across the years, because that's one of the talking points that when the, little think tanks analyze our content, they try to look for weaknesses and they identify that like, that's one of his weak points, because he looked like he got it wrong or something was and so you should hammer him on that one always. And that's the vibe that I get from this Panguitch Steakhouse thing. I don't think Andrew Wilson knows dick all about the actual timeline that Candace has established or any of the main elements on it. I think he just knows that the Panguitch Steakhouse one has some conflicting stuff that's awkward to kind of work your way through. It's very complicated to sort of assess reality there because there's conflicting witness testimony. So it's like hammering on that part because that part is important to embarrass her about in public.
And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting with
I want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, like we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is.
Yeah. So. Andrew would have been wise to have developed a lot more structure around the beginning of this debate and to take charge and to lead the structure. He should very much have been ready to make his case better. And this is the part where Candace could have blown him wide the fuck open in this beginning portion if she had wanted to. Because this is the part where technically Andrew is supposed to be making his case, but then he kind of opens it by trying to establish what they do and don't agree on, and then kind of getting sidetracked into the Panguitch thing, which is really him trying to attack a singular random data point from her elements. But he's supposed to be making his case right now. So Candace redirects him to doing that, and he kind of starts to bumble through that. And this is where Candace could have fucked him up by just asking him any old questions about the literal just details of the case of like, so you're making your case across from me, Andrew. What time was the bullet? What time did the shot fire? What time do you think he dropped the rifle? Where was the screwdriver found? How do you think it got there? How do you think this happened? Tell me about the Mauser. Like whose was it? Why was it there? What yard was it found in? Do we have video evidence? Which ring cameras surveilled him? At what times? Because he doesn't know any of that, and she does. And if he doesn't know the documented facts of the perspective that he's trying to champion, and she can just show that on screen, oh boy, he's fucked before we ever even get into the substance of the debate. She didn't do that. And I think it's largely because she, didn't care as much about whatever the fuck he was thinking and saying, but also because she was trying to, I think she was trying to get a read on him. And I think that she was expecting him to know more than he did. And it slowly dawned on her just how little he knew.
That Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core locks absolutely could.
This is about to be a crazy statement right here. But in general, he does a very poor job. Like this whole debate, we don't get any good, strong explanations of Candace's side or of Andrew's side. Neither of them are extensive. Neither of them have any organized, like, these are the 6 points and I'm going to make them all. Neither of them stay on topic. It's not exhaustive in the least. It's wildly uninformative. It's mostly a debate about the semantics of debate and the legal system, which is pathetic, particularly for Andrew. But that being said, this statement that he's about to make is pretty special. Because remember, he's not an Army sniper, even though his wife lied about that at one point on the internet. He's never served in the military, even though he lied about, So he lied about serving in the military for a short time back when Rachel said that he was in the Army. And then he later admitted that he was not in the Army and that was a slip of the tongue. Maybe he stands by that he was kind of in the Army for a year. I think that's what it was. He served in the military for 1 year, which doesn't make sense. And probably indicates that you were discharged.
Matter when it hits the neck of any. I think that that's absurd.
But the point is that he was a firearms instructor, apparently a rifle instructor, whatever that, he taught rifle. And a master gunsmith, I think is what his wife said. And he owned a firearms company, I think is the idea. So he's supposed to be an expert in firearms to a certain degree, apparently, based upon his self-proclaimed bio. And then he says this.
150 grain Remington core locks absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be
smaller rounds often penetrate more, actually. It's kind of counterintuitive.
the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip.
Did you hear that? We have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a soft tip. One more time.
Then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round. Well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 100.
That's not frangible. That's not a frangible round. Totally different. Soft point, not frangible. Frangible designed to sort of turn to tiny particles on impact so that it doesn't penetrate anything and won't hurt, civilians around, often carried by police officers. That's not what a soft point is at all. And he should know that. A soft point is a hunting round designed to mushroom and expand within the wound cavity and penetrate with expansion to kill an animal as effectively as possible. It's not designed to break up into tiny little pieces. And it's also not designed to fully penetrate like a full metal jacket round would be.
50 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But
another amazing magical bullet statement. We just can't get enough of them. Apparently, soft point rounds can just break up in the air without even hitting anything, to quote Andrew Wilson. So either we're being disingenuous to try to manipulate a point out of nowhere, or we're really stupid and have been lying about our past expertise with firearms and know nothing about bullets. Because you can literally just Google that shit. It's not good.
Definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
It live, yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
bullet analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove it. If you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
that was actually one of the first pieces of evidence that led me to suspect he might be a patsy, because if I'm going to commit a super fucking high profile assassination, I'm probably not going to do it with an heirloom rifle that is directly traceable to my family lineage. A very unique heirloom rifle. Not the move. You would probably do it with a nondescript modern rifle that is not traceable to you if you wanted to be ideal about it. It just stood out to me right away of like, if you're using a rifle that directly points at you because it's unique, that's the exact kind of thing you would want to have in order to plant evidence to get someone else in trouble. You wouldn't want a nondescript AR that has some complex like chain of showing that Tyler Robinson purchased it with like a dummy card at this place at this time, that you kind of have to go through all these details to prove it. That's very complicated and doesn't stick in the mind. It doesn't, because the rifle is the only thing connecting Tyler Robinson to the scene at all. We have no images of him. We have a blurry image of a car that's the same make and model, but no license plate, strangely enough. So it's really the rifle that ties him to the scene in the public's mind. And it's simple because it's his grandfather's rifle. It's an heirloom. So it's really easy to connect that in your mind. But if it was like some like just regular nondescript AR-15 that he had to you had to carefully prove that it was his, that doesn't really stick in the mind. And it doesn't really create the simple narrative of Tyler Robinson was at the scene, because nothing else puts him at the scene until you look at the DNA on like the screwdriver allegedly and stuff like that.
You, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You also...
Very clever way for Candace to get in a quick snipe of a character attack on him, but sort of hiding it inside of being an actual relevant piece to what they're talking about. They're talking about bullets and guns. And so she's like, this is your credentials that you said. No. even though she's also jabbing to be like, you remember when you lied about your fucking military service, bro? So, you know, technically it's a little underhanded, but it's also very clever and well executed. No shade.
Said that you were an Army sniper?
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gunship.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on...
So he was an instructor, taught rifles. He was in the Army for an undisclosed amount of time doing Lord knows what. And he owned a gun shop. And he apparently thinks that this Corlock 150 grain soft point is a frangible round.
The stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched.
So she just did a lot of the work for him that I was describing her. It would be better if she made him do the work. If she asked him, do you know how many sets of prints were found on that rifle? Do you know who was the most degraded? Do you know these things? If she had presented that as questions rather than as giving him the statement to, you know, put into, he would have been more fucked. It's not necessarily as honest of a debate strategy, but she could have really got him. And this is where the debate kind of goes off the rails and we get into a long semantic conversation about a bunch of bullshit. And we never really ever come back around to Andrew actually defending his position in any meaningful way.
You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon. Yeah.
So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. That
makes perfect sense to me. I could see that being one of those funny myths that could go either way, that you'd have to like do it to see. Totally could believe that after you fire a rifle once, that there could still be debris in the rifle barrel. Makes sense. And it also makes sense that if you took a rifle and you put it into the bushes, some stuff could get in the barrel. And without detail on what this debris and dust is, yeah, could be. Could also be because there's dust in the barrel because it wasn't fired. But, you know.
You think there could be debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's...
Having been to the wooded area and seen exactly where the rifle was left and comparing it to the photos of the exact bushes that it was in and how it was placed in those bushes at the time when they found it, I doubt that it was getting debris in it from like the forest floor dirt, which is what he's implying, because that's not what the location was and that's not where the positioning of its placement in the bush was. But it's possible. I mean, that's just its final resting place.
Far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay,
happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so
there's 2 key pieces here. If there's dust in the barrel because it's never really being fired, and then it just gets fired once and it doesn't blow out all the dust, doesn't burn out all the dust, that's one statement, right? But if it's getting fired frequently, if it's getting used at the range, if it's getting passed around with friends to take, shots at the range, on a semi-regular basis or something like that, if it's a gun that's in use, then there's probably not dust in the barrel, right? Because then it's getting fired a lot, I would presume. Those are 2 different scenarios as we roll into this next part.
The prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front, but Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, first, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and she's the person who took the print.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis on trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that.
Yeah, they'll give more testimony to support the analysis that they put in their report. They're not going to change their report.
How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprint.
Granted, it's a fact.
That's really graded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact.
Now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
And this is Andrew Wilson. And lots of people that have debated Andrew Wilson talk about how this is how Andrew Wilson debates. It's a lot of debate. It's a lot of like blood sport debate tactic as opposed to good faith, engagement with the information, the evidence that he is not familiar with. And it's a lot of semantic and philosophical so what's and like, what does that mean? And let's abstract it to this. And you're arguing from a fallacious standpoint, or you're arguing wrong, or those sorts of things. And this is where it starts to show.
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith. So
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that
By not being a fucking retard, Andrew. You probably don't hunt, Andrew. I don't hunt, but maybe you know the basics of tracking things. When you look for animal tracks or human tracks, and there's one track print underneath another, is there any way in the world, in all of world history, that a track underneath another track was made first? Obviously not. Obviously, when you get one footprint and then another footprint goes on top of it, you can rightly infer that the second footprint on top happened later, right? Similarly, if you're packing things into your deep freezer, your chest freezer, the stuff at the bottom of the freezer got put in first, right? And so if you have a bunch of fingerprints on a gun, which there's no reason there would be 5 sets of fingerprints on the heirloom that never gets fired, just to point that out. If it's an heirloom rifle that never gets fired, why are there 5 sets of prints on it? And so if the last person to shoot the rifle put their prints on last, then theirs are on top of all the others. And when you talk about degradation in regard to fingerprints, you're talking about like smudges and maybe chemical UV, maybe water damage to the surface of the ridges of the fingerprint. And, the likely version is because someone smudged it or wiped it to get rid of their prints, or didn't. But there's no scenario where the most recent set of prints to go onto something gets degraded, even if I wipe it clean. There's no scenario where the prints that were underneath what I just did are not degraded, and the ones that I just wiped off are degraded, because obviously they all got wiped. And this is not complicated. It's not complicated. He literally just had it in his hands and fired it. And then you pull 5 prints, 5 different sets of prints, and his are less degraded than all the others. That's very strange. That aligns much more closely with he has touched his own rifle before, so his prints exist on it, but then 4 other people have touched it more recently for some reason, as in maybe in the process of getting it from his house, maybe Lance Twiggs, passing it off to someone in the operation, maybe an agent, driving up to the spot, and maybe having another guy in the passenger seat run out and jump and place it in there, and suddenly you've got 4 or 5 sets of prints. And Tyler's are the most degraded because he doesn't use the thing. Because why would he? A, he doesn't fire a lot. He doesn't go hunting all the time. He's not like a crazy gun guy, as far as we're aware. He's not a crazy good shot. And furthermore, why the fuck would you be firing your grandpappy's heirloom rifle? That's not the one you take to the range. You take like your gun, like your modern gun to the range. You wouldn't be like daily firing the old heirloom 30-06. Right? So there's just all sorts of inconsistencies, and Andrew Wilson is trying to play dumb about the nature of what Candace is saying, and she could explain it better. But it shouldn't need to be explained like to a toddler for Andrew Wilson to understand this point.
Working on a DNA laboratory?
So your answer is, I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said, so what?
Yeah,
so say, I don't know. I actually have an explanation for that, Candace. Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly. Okay. And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3.
And notice over and over and over, Candace is specifically describing the details of a piece of evidence. She's describing who said what in the trial, when they said it, what the evidence said, how it was discussed, where it came from, where it led, all these details about it. Andrew doesn't do any of that anywhere throughout this because he doesn't know any of it. Okay. But Candace is just freeform dropping into her knowledge bank and then just talking about what's in that piece of the knowledge bank. Because she's not on a script. She's not on a lane of little pieces of memorized information. She just has it all in there. And he wants to talk about this. So she goes to that part of her memory of what all happened and just starts talking about where that piece of evidence came from. And it is so glaringly obvious that even if you disagree with her points, my sense is that the person that knows the material better kind of wins the debate by default when you're interested in because we're not really interested in who's more right as much as who's more credible in a certain way. Because obviously it's not decided yet. And once we get all the evidence in the trial and everything, then we're closer to who's right. But at this point, I'm just who's more credible? Who's giving off the vibe that they know what they're talking about?
Names they named.
So are you saying that Twig's
Would you like me to finish my
I
statement?
just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified.
He's trying to get her in a gotcha that he has prepared.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun.
And explaining a very logical reason why she got it wrong when she said that Lance's Twiggs' prints were on the gun, which technically we do not know that for sure. And Andrew Wilson tries to gotcha her on that, even though she's already conceded that she was wrong when she said that the first time. And this is why she's wrong. And it's a detailed explanation of a very reasonable way to misunderstand the complex DNA and fingerprint conversations that were had in the courtroom.
Explicitly named Matt Robinson.
Which Andrew doesn't even he doesn't even remember. So it's kind of irrelevant in that
as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support.
It would, actually. It really would. Because it's important to remember the context here. We're told lone gunman, one crazy leftist, which is not the left, by the way. That's the independent decision of one young kid who's, mad and mentally ill, making his own private decision without telling anybody, which is obviously not the same as the left killed Charlie. It's just one dude who is whoever he is. So let's point that out. But furthermore, the contention that wouldn't prove he's a patsy, if there's any evidence whatsoever that indicates that this was not a lone gunman, Tyler Robinson, then by definition, that indicates a conspiracy, because the whole FBI is full front, force going, this is it, this is what it is, nothing else is true, this is the only case, to the point of shutting down the ability for Joe Kent and his office to look into any foreign leads, to the point of shutting out anything else, restricting evidence, and just rolling very quickly into, this is our guy. We're not going to question his friends, his wife, his business partners, the donors that were mad at him. We're not going to fucking look into these people in his phone that he had a, several $100 million dispute with. None of those people are suspects. It's just this guy. And so if you find any holes that obviously make it kind of impossible for it to be that guy, then immediately you're talking about a conspiracy as the most likely option. I would argue that was the most likely option from the start, because high-level political assassinations are far more likely to be organized hits than they are random lone gunmen that can just happen to actually successfully pull it off. Lots of historical precedent to get into that we won't dive into. So it's not complicated, because the moment that it's not a lone gunman, you're basically looking at a conspiracy that includes a cover-up trying to make it look like a lone gunman. And that is, those all involve patsies. So she doesn't really walk him through the baby steps of no, dude, if Tyler didn't shoot the gun, then he is a patsy. Because that is an element of every other possible explanation, pretty much. That's the logical leap that is poorly explained here.
the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
it does, because it has to have an explanation.
Hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the
So this is what Andrew Wilson looks like in a posture when he thinks he's winning, when he thinks he's in a strong position and he thinks he's got his opponent on a rope that he can push on. Just, take note of how he acts and how he looks and how his body language is when he thinks he's like on a winning take right here.
most degraded prints, and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. Like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations, and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told.
Yeah, so the heirloom that goes to the firstborn son, who is secondarily not much of a shooter, that's not the kind of rifle that you're taking to the range to shoot. It doesn't sound that way to me. Maybe it is. But I would need evidence to show me that that rifle goes to the range to shoot before I have any reason to believe that it has fired a bullet in the last 50 years.
And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be...
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay, I'll wait patiently till we get to
So that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it also
places.
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
I think she kind of missed there a little bit, because it's wise to, not overcook on, complicated information. But like it could indicate that he wasn't the last person to shoot the gun. It kind of does. At least if you're talking about like prints on the trigger, the stop, like prints on the holding position of the firing position of the rifle. And if Tyler Robinson's aren't the ones on top, the most recent prints, then by definition, someone else held it since Tyler Robinson. And if he's wiped those portions clean and there's no prints there, then you're in a gray area. But that's not the description we're getting. If actually Tyler Robinson's prints are the most degraded, by definition, if that's a fact, and there's other people with prints that are less degraded physically speaking, as in they are more complete, and they're in the places where you have to hold the gun to shoot it, there's actually no possible explanation for how Tyler Robinson's prints could be underneath those prints. That's not possible. It is not physically possible for your prints to go underneath someone else's prints that had touched it prior. Doesn't happen. Physics. So she's actually going a little soft on this one because it's not her wheelhouse. And it's not really my wheelhouse either. I've just had some time to think about it.
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that,
everything here is conjecture. It's irrelevant semantics on his part, and we'll get into lots of that later.
Well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore...
Degraded. It's degraded.
That means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun?
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this...
Classic straw man. That's not what's being said at all. I just explained what's being said. He's pretending that he's too retarded to understand.
Actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back...
That line is going to live in infamy. I can explain it for you, but I can't understand it for you is such a great mom line that a lot of moms are going to be using with their, snarky children, teenagers in the next year or two. That line is going to haunt Andrew Wilson forever. That's like a "have you ever been there" type of a line. And it's gold, pure gold. So I'm just going to move on from that. I can't understand it for you, Andrew. So I'm just going to move on. Just sit down. Crisscross applesauce.
Back to your point about this is not evidence. You can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules.
So I think that this was a mistake on Candace's part, which she couldn't have necessarily foreseen when she started this line of thinking, but it turns into this whole kerfuffle that she doesn't really sort of like spoon feed it to Andrew in a way that can kind of shut him up about this line of questioning that's illogical. And he kind of latches on to the semantics in here, and we get into this long drawn out, just foolishness about 1102 and what hearsay is, and it never really gets said in any articulate way for either side about what they're trying to say. And it's just like a very, it's a
meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I'm doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and
No,
convincing.
what I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement.
Remember, he said in his opening statement, we marked that he represents, that he thinks the state is correct. So he does represent the state.
On the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patching.
No, that's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
No, this is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
Fact check. If all the
no,
evidence
more
was
than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day Utah rule.
So this is an interesting one because Candace overcooked a little bit by saying everything is hearsay. Not literally everything. A lot of it is actually the same type of evidence that's going to be on the stand in the real trial. But let's say a large portion of it was hearsay. And most critically, the hearsay rule allowed for a whole bunch of very important pieces of evidence, like, for example, Lance Twiggs' entire testimony, which is what corroborates all of the confessions from the note to the text messages and all that. So a lot of those key pieces were hearsay. And so basically the narrative that was put together on the stand in the preliminary hearing completely falls apart if you pull the hearsay out. And during trial, what they're going to do is they're going to replace all that hearsay with the proper court, respectable version of that hearsay. For example, you can't have Lance Twiggs on video giving his testimony, from 5 months ago. You got to bring him to the courtroom so he can be cross-examined. And that changes it from hearsay to, firsthand witness testimony. Those are the sorts of things where the hearsay will be replaced by the actual version, where it's like, rather than Officer Bagby telling you about what that officer said about the report that he wrote, they'll get the actual officer that wrote the report to come and to talk about the report that he wrote, those sorts of things. But a lot of the stuff in the preliminary hearing was not hearsay in the sense that they had the actual DNA expert that did the actual DNA work in there talking about her actual reports. And that does not strike me as hearsay. By my understanding, that is her firsthand testimony about her firsthand experience, producing that material. So it is a mixture, but it's pretty obvious from the body language and the words they're using that Candace is absolutely right, that the hearsay 1102 nature of this is extremely important. It came up over and over and over again. It's unique to Utah. And if you don't understand that, you don't really understand what was going on with the preliminary hearing and why it worked that way. And Andrew does not seem to understand it, just in the way he's talking about what she's talking about before they pull up the source and everything. I suspect that Andrew does not understand the significance of what we're talking about here.
1102.
Go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So
this is one of the first of many throughout where Andrew Wilson has no idea what his team is going to be pulling up. And as he gets more and more worn down and more aware of how bad this is going for him, he gets so tired and worn out that later on, it's literally his team putting the clips in, telling Patrick Bet-David to play the clip through Pat's ear, and then him interrupting, Andrew sort of floundering to be like, hey, your team has a clip that they want to play. Let's put it up. And then Andrew just going oh, thank fucking God. And they're like, let's find out what I'm supposed to react to now, as opposed to having a coherent argument with a plan. And this is, again, where it's a fact check that is to try to support it. His team brought it to try to support what he said, but he doesn't know what this document is. He doesn't really know what it's going to say. He's just kind of discovering thank God he just trusts his team. Whereas Candace is which document is this? Because I recognize them all, because I know them all.
This says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular.
Cartoid? It's carotid.
Veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal.
See, there's these little things that are details. They're subtle, but details matter. And the way he read that sentence indicated that he didn't know what he was reading. Your carotid artery is very important. It's like if you were trying to talk about someone severing their jugular vein and they said their jugular. And it's so you've never heard a person, you don't know what that word is, right? You're not familiar with the word. So you're not familiar with the carotid artery, but also C27 is not what that says. It doesn't say C27. It says C2 through C7, abbreviated, because that's saying your C2 vertebrae through your C7 vertebrae, C standing for cervical. And it's that level of understanding of what the C stands for, what C2 is, what C7 is, where that is in the body, how the anatomy works. It's that understanding that you develop from working with the material of a case or the subject matter of an area of expertise if you're like a biologist or, whatever. And so the fact that Andrew would read those sentences in that way is like, maybe it's just him, being flustered or reading poorly or the screen's far away. That's possible. But it's not how it came across to me. And it's those little details that just add up over and over and over and over. And you'll notice lots more of them that just makes me feel like Andrew doesn't know what C27 is, because it's not one statement. It's the fact that this whole portion of his neck is obliterated. And there's this whole chunk of his spine that is apparently like vaporized, basically, is what they kind of say there. And he's reading it as though he's never read that before.
Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? This is an
Yeah, this is pretty solid posture. Candace just has better posturing throughout the whole thing.
unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to.
This is the 1102 thing, that what she's trying to say is that your whole case is based on inference too, bro. I'm allowed to infer. You're allowed to infer. It's all the same evidence, and like, deal with it. And she never quite like cuts that in a way that shuts him up, and he never cuts it in a way that kind of traps her. So it's kind of just like
follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No, I didn't get to Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You
So this is where it would have been great if she had on the fly thought of something like footprints, analogy that I used earlier, some way to explain the impossibility of like, if his prints are not the least degraded, we have a huge problem. And if, he's not the lone gunman, then it's all Patsy, because there's like that whole next level of what happened is conspiracies. There's really no other option, lone gunman or conspiracy. And so she didn't, baby step him through all of that. And so
again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to.
And I think it's because she's honed in on the fact that he doesn't really seem to understand this 1102 situation, and that is a fucking like bad look. But I don't think that she ever really nails him down well enough to like really make him look bad about it, even though it's kind of a bad look.
Have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They didn't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagger,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority,
again,
outside of the one that you don't want to. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute.
See, here's the thing. I could have made Andrew Wilson's case so much better than he did. I could have easily debated his side of this debate way more effectively than him. And it would have been an interesting show, because it would have been in good faith, and it would have actually probed the actual information of the case. But he's not aware of the information of the case, so he doesn't even know the right questions to ask in order to challenge Candace properly. And it happens over and over and over again. But right here, if he was familiar with what was actually in the hearing and what actually happened in the case, he would have a lot of examples that he could just bring up. Like, for example, the lady that talked about the DNA, right? Is that hearsay? The official reports, is that hearsay? Like, as in the actual image of the medical examiner's report, the actual bullet itself, the images of the bullet, is that hearsay? Right? He could have easily brought up a whole bunch of things from the trial that are not hearsay, that are primary evidence, that will be the same when they're submitted later on. And the fact that he didn't even know to do that is just glaringly obvious.
It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah.
Again, it's the same thing. He could have pulled her apart on that one. He could have gone after her and been like, no, the entire case is not built on hearsay. Yes, the hearing allowed for hearsay and there was lots of it, but here's all these elements of what I believe that are not hearsay specifically. plus the hearsay, right? And she's like drilling him on it, and there's this wide open angle in front of him that he doesn't even realize is there. And she can easily defend against that. That's not a problem. But like he doesn't even know to go for that angle.
Constitution, 1102, it is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance.
But you're arguing things I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about greater
argument
print,
now.
which they fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and
saying
then
that.
infer off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
So she's right. That's kind of what he's doing. That's not how he sees it, though. Andrew seems to see it, which is understandable, especially since he wants to win, sees it as the evidence you have, Candace, that comes from your sources and your outside investigation is not credible. So it doesn't count. It's all bullshit hearsay. Only the evidence that has been vetted by the government and released officially, in Andrew's mind, counts as legitimate evidence. And when you take it from that perspective, no fucking shit, the government's telling the truth and Candace is lying because you've just baked it into your own perception of reality. That's obviously not true. Candace has produced all kinds of evidence that is very hard and corroborated directly by people like Turning Point USA themselves. Andrew cited some of that evidence earlier. So he has this fallacious perspective that government evidence, good, public open source investigation evidence, bad, which is made up and not true. Evidence in the court can be flawed, fabricated, lies, bullshit. The magic bullet that killed JFK went in court. The photos were presented. It was total bullshit. It's very possible. And likewise, Candace has shared evidence from her own platform that everyone said was made up. It was fake. She faked the screenshot. It's not a real text message. And then Andrew Colvett directly corroborated that yes, Charlie Kirk did send those text messages, and I actually screenshotted them and sent them to the FBI. So it's totally fallacious what Andrew is saying. And Candace is kind of failing to cut through his apparent stupidity about it. And he's just totally missing this wide open angle in front of him.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I have Rule 1102 ready if you want to
Just pull up Rule 1102 there from the inference.
State did. Okay. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
You're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home.
But you're not describing how you get there from the evidence. No, you're just not smart enough to follow basic logic, bro. Like third graders can understand that the footprint on top came second. It's not complicated.
Understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay. Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not.
So this is not her saying that everything in the hearing was hearsay. She did say that earlier and then was like, that's facetious. She walked it back to the vast majority of it was hearsay, which I think is a little overcooked. It wasn't the vast majority, but a lot of it was hearsay. But this statement where she says the entire court case, the entire hearing was on the basis of reliable hearsay, that's a true statement because it's a legal statement saying that this hearing is operating under this rule set. So people like Steven Crowder, I think, tried to misconstrue her words there. I think might be misremembering.
Here, and that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point.
So the funny part is that Candace doesn't realize what he's trying to press her on because it's such a dumb question that I think it's just not occurring to her. That's what he's sort of trying to cut is that no, the prints that are the most smudged, the ones that are underneath everything else, those are from the guy that how do you know that's not from the guy that just shot him? Which is what? And I think that she's literally not even understanding where she needs to go in order to, chop him at the waist here.
Contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing, that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So they are inferring off of the facts.
So again.
So I think this is a miss from Candace because she's actually arguing a different point than what he's arguing. And she's not wrong about what she's saying, but he's not trying to say that. And so it's easy for Andrew Wilson fans to kind of, clip this to her detriment, even though she's not wrong about what she's saying. She just can't imagine how dumb his question is. But it's also it's a huge mistake from Andrew Wilson too, because it's just the stupidest, like.
We're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
So she's making the argument that you're allowed to, make inferences based upon evidence, and that different people can make different inferences, and that's allowed. And pointing out, though she could have articulated it a little better, pointing out that the mainstream narrative, the Fed slop narrative that TPUSA is going with, that he's going with, that's all just inferences based on evidence too. And a lot of those inferences are pretty shaky. A lot of them are downright unbelievable. Starting with the bullet causing that wound. That's a hell of an inference. He's missing that completely. They're on different trains.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images,
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the
but
inverse.
that's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of
No, there's actually not. There's only two possible explanations. Either Tyler Robinson put the gun there, or someone else put the gun there, because the gun was found there, allegedly. We have no reason to believe it wasn't, and someone had to put it there. And so if either it was Tyler or it wasn't Tyler, and if it wasn't Tyler, it was someone else. So those are actually the only two possible explanations. And if it wasn't Tyler, then we're talking Patsy.
this is how the court process works.
So
Just so we're clear,
if there's
this
100
is
other
evidence
possible
that they're
explanations,
hearing.
then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it wasn't Patsy?
Because every single one of those other 100 means Patsy. Right?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea.
Or it at least means conspiracy. Possible that Tyler was 100% fully aware in on the plan, but
That it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
when you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about what.
so just note that she just brought that up as just a point of reference while she was saying, like, your perspective is this. And you tweeted about it the other day. And in that tweet, you said, this is the stuff you find super compelling. And so just like you take those pieces of evidence to be compelling, I take them to mean this other thing. That's why she brought this up. It's going to become a point of contention because he's going to try to say that she claimed that was his entire argument was that tweet. She just brought it up offhand, as in like you said that these were compelling things. So I'm going to address those.
I'm talking about
he's going to say that
I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decide.
Why is that absurd? Are we identifying murder suspects based upon their footwear now? As in like exclusively based upon their footwear when they are otherwise unidentifiable? If I accidentally wear the same shoes as a man that commits a crime on the same day in the similar location, am I going to go to jail for committing that crime? Because we would hope that that's not how the justice system works. Obviously, if you can't tell anything else about the person except the same shoes, that's not a good duh.
And these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
It's an absurd thing.
Again, with the fake retardation.
for instance, if somebody were to change their clothes,
My understanding is that it's kind of a classic Owen or Andrew Wilson. Sorry, Owen. Didn't mean to drag you in here. Classic Andrew Wilson style, based upon other debaters' perspectives on him.
clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person?
The idea that on a college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an
And like Andrew's not wrong that if you can positively identify that it's the same person and then the new person is wearing the same shoes, then you can, try to trace them based upon those shoes. But trying to establish that you're certain it's the same person based only on the fact that they both have similar shoes on, that's stupid.
absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. I mean, why is it? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd to say.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the same.
It's like saying that I saw a gray Dodge Challenger, so it must be Tyler Robinson. As if there were no other gray Dodge Challengers on the road. No, you need the fucking license plate to tell me that that's Tyler Robinson's car, which they don't have, by the way. Kind of weird.
I'm not sure
because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
get a fact check on
but even if it is, again, if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just don't
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on a totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find this tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I don't delete
it. Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was his car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof. We should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind. It's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but
and she's right to tear that apart because no, we don't have a license plate on the car. It's a nondescript gray Dodge Challenger. We don't know that it's his. Robinson getting out of it, we do not know that. We have zero clear footage of Tyler Robinson anywhere near that car. Sorry. Except for, the photos that independent investigators released of him, like at the gas station and stuff, for example. The fact he's seen 4 other times on camera, she's right, cannot identify him. It's clearly not identifiable. And we know that very well by now. The DNA on the roof and the screwdriver. Well, actually, the DNA on the roof, the palm prints by the jump down point did not seem to match Tyler Robinson, although that's not super credible. And the screwdriver has its whole own storyline here, which Andrew didn't seem familiar enough with to talk about at all. And Candace didn't get a chance to bring it up.
But that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not exhaustive. Well, you said
I
only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
It's not.
It is. You can even pull your own clip.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say it.
We were just talking about it when it happened because I knew it was going to come up here. She just brought it up as like one of the things that you have made a statement online about the things you found compelling. I'm going to talk about the things that you said in that statement that you found compelling. She didn't claim it was his entire perspective.
The thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting? So just say you're wrong. Just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of what I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't.
Candace is in her "this dude doesn't deserve my time" posture. And although it's not like the epitome of good faith debate postures, it's incredibly effective and it's super hard to combat. Destiny, who I have no love for whatsoever, did a really interesting analysis of this debate and watched along through a lot of it. And he does not like Candace and he does not like Andrew Wilson. And it made for a really interesting analysis. And he had some really interesting things to say about Candace's posture and how hard it is to debate conspiracy theorists that believe what they're saying, regardless of whether they're right or not, just because it presents a really complicated challenge as a debater. And Candace is one of the best. And it doesn't hurt that it's because she believes everything she's saying and she's usually right. And it's because she has all this fucking information and sources and stuff.
You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
funny Freudian slip there. She did not say, "Are you okay?" She got to "Are you?" and she stumbled over her words thinking about how to phrase it. And she was about to say something else, I think. And then he assumed that she was going to ask, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm okay. What's wrong?"
Ask if you're okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that. I just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you...
It's actually not, Andrew. It's your time. You have a limited time to make your case and then make her look stupid. And you're failing at making your case. You should be the one in charge of the time right now. You should be the one making your case. You should have a very prepared, organized way to fit as much facts and information and explanation into your time as possible. You're the one that paid $300,000 for this, not her. She has all the time in the world. She could spend this 3.5 hours sitting there just talking shit about whatever she wants, and she'll come out of it just fine, and she'll be done with you and doesn't have to deal with you ever again. You're the one on the time limit, and you're the one that should be making the points here, because you're the one whose reputation is on the line. Candace is going to be fine. No one's going to turn their backs on her after this debate, like it or hate it.
Started on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not what
debate
she
claim.
said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I'm actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position.
Notice how his position is a lot of air with no positive statement of his belief. As in, his position is that what the feds are saying is pretty much right. And I can like say the word screwdriver and bullet and, the basic high level talking points. And my basic position is that all those conspiracy theories are wrong. I see no evidence for any of it. But nowhere in there does he put together a timeline, talk about the evidence, talk about his expertise, explain why this means this and this means this and this is the detail there and so that and so that and that and that. He does not make any kind of even attempt at an exhaustive analysis of how he came to his perspective through careful analysis of the evidence, because he didn't do any, because he doesn't know the evidence, because he can't do that. That's the problem. And so he's leaving all kinds of potential on the board here. This is where I say that like I could so easily make his case for the Fed slop better than him, because like you can put that together. If you can put yourself in their shoes, see the evidence from their perspective, it's not hard to make that argument. And there are some points along the thread that they have strong. And he fails to make any of those points and basically just defaults to this open, empty, I believe what the feds say, and I don't see any evidence for any of the other stuff. That's my position. Not a convincing way to say it, bro. Even if you're right, that's a really unconvincing way to present your position in a debate, especially if you're like the master debater.
That's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not,
right? I feel like
sure,
fair.
Not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
Go
I
ahead.
know you said I did.
Sure, whatever.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to go right back at you.
Yeah,
this was where she should have just dialed in on like, no, tell me about like the timeline. Tell me when it happened. Tell me where it was. Tell me the details. Tell me what DNA they found. Tell me how they analyzed it. This is where she should have drilled in on the details of his theory.
So you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would
of
have.
that-
I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him
Notice what she just said. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember it. I'm not sure he really did say that.
saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing, but it
Pull
was,
that out.
Yeah, I
You may
know,
have
I think
it.
that's
by the way, Twigs himself.
So she says, I think that's not right. I'm not sure you're wrong. I don't remember that. Right? Very clear framing with what she just said. Because we're going to come back to later where Andrew tries to pretend that she said something different. You just watched the clip where she said, I think you're wrong, but let's pull it up. I don't remember that. She turns out to be incorrect. He is right. And she concedes it immediately. And then he tries to pretend like she claims some like fact and all, like the Steven Crowders of this world, like played horns and were like, fact check, even though like she was that's how you should phrase it. It's like, that's not my memory. I could be wrong. Let's pull up the facts. Very respectable, good faith way to debate.
Himself said that he had
Right,
some,
on the staircase.
that he had some, maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
and so there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
Note that all the reasons he just listed, elements of all the reasons he just listed, the photos in the staircase, which the boyfriend identified him in, kind of, not really. The text messages, which the boyfriend corroborated, the confession note, which the boyfriend corroborated, all of it rests on Lance Twiggs as a reliable witness.
And not multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting, "That's me in the staircase." I mean, or texting that that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, "I'm not 100%."
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you about Lance's statement would not.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out that Lance Twiggs was shown all the photos that we have of the suspect, and he looked at them and said, "It's not 100%." And then he went on to talk about the clothing that the person was wearing and how the clothing was similar to Tyler Robinson. So that's awkward and not convincing. And if the boyfriend or spouse of someone is looking at the same image as Andrew Wilson is looking at and saying not 100%, but based on the clothing, but Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it, that is a little weird. That Andrew Wilson is better at recognizing Tyler Robinson in blurry photos than Tyler Robinson's own boyfriend.
Not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means that
happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that
he's right. Use immunity happens all the time. Use immunity meaning like, hey, we don't really care that you were smoking pot when you witnessed the crime, kid. We just want you to tell us what you saw about the crime. So we'll give you use immunity where we won't go after you for the pot, whatever drugs you were doing while you witnessed the crime. Just come in and be really honest with us, please, and tell us what you saw. And we'll forget all about the drug stuff. That's use immunity. And it's used all the time. That's totally true. Usually it is contingent upon you speaking truthfully. And if you perjure yourself, then the immunity goes away. That being said, the type of immunity that Lance Twiggs has gotten, it feels awfully suspicious because it doesn't feel like he was ever a suspect, though he should have been suspect number 2 right from the start, because it's very unlikely that Tyler Robinson could pull this off on his own if he did do it. If it was a leftist, the chances are way higher that it was Tyler Robinson with help from his buddies than doing it on his own. That's like this underlying thing that no one ever talks about, because like, hey, we have leftists online posting about Charlie dying days before he was killed. That shows foreknowledge that has been brought up many times, is like, why did no one look into this? Beyond that, you would need help. This is complicated. There's a lot going on. And just having one extra body would make this thing way easier if you were trying to pull it off on your own. And there's a whole conversation to be had about why Lance Twiggs should have been a suspect and should have been very carefully examined. And we don't have a lot of evidence about how much of that examination was ever done. And that's pretty suspicious.
Something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview.
Yeah. See how she knows all the timeline of everything? She knows the day he was first interviewed, the day he was second interviewed, how it related to the secondary hearing. It's like, it was, May 13th. That is a level of expertise that very few people have about this case. Very few. And certainly Andrew Wilson is not one of them.
Which, in my opinion, should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
In theory, if it was done properly, his use immunity would be contingent upon him telling the truth. I'm not really worried about that because I suspect there's a conspiracy going on here. And so I suspect that there are some elements of the official case that were handled, let's say, not above board. Don't know which parts it was. Don't know who was involved necessarily. But I am quite suspicious of Lance Twiggs and the whole apparatus surrounding his not being prosecuted or investigated at all.
Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Skyler, I think you pulled it up. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from Mr. Van footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise.
Right? Remember? She phrased it as like, I don't think you're right, but we should check it because I don't remember him saying that. And that's what it was. Not that big of an oof. It's actually her being honest about what she does and doesn't specifically remember.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
They're confused because it's not really relevant, and Andrew doesn't really know what's going on, so he doesn't know how to explain.
What are we saying is not hearsay?
It's not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial. Like,
hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure, would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
Notice how he frames that as, let me read all the text on here and then not give any statements that indicate that I understand it. Just flip it to a question over to you, bud. Those things I just read, doesn't that mean that it's not hearsay? I suspect that Andrew Wilson does not understand what he just read. I suspect he does not know what any of that means because there was no substantive analysis or explanation of why that means it was hearsay brought by him. And if he had done so, it would have been a much stronger question to point at Candace. And she correctly, I think, is about to explain how it's the video testimony of Lance would never fly in the real court. And I think technically becomes considered hearsay. It could be a different phrase because it was done outside of the courtroom and he can't be cross-examined. And any witness that can come in and be cross-examined needs to be in the real trial. It wouldn't be allowed in this format in the real trial whatsoever.
The opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
So again, notice how Andrew can read off the screen and then pose, obscure questions to Candace about it. Candace then immediately dives into specific memories of how the case went down, what was said, details that she shares right off the top in context. And then Andrew dives right back into semantic argument.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking?
And then he tries to use the debate tactic on her, and she's like, no, fuck you. Where was I backtracking?
Literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that. Okay. What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yeah,
is that the case?
It was. Yeah, okay. That's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all. How many times did you...
And again, right in his face, this could be disputed. If he knew what he was talking about, if he knew the evidence, he could dispute that. And he could not necessarily win the point, but he could certainly make her look less strong than she looks in this moment. Because in this moment, he tried to do a debate tactic and she's like, no, I'm not backing down on anything. What am I backing down on? He then offers what she's backing down on. She's like, I'm not backing down on that. That is a fact and I know it. And he could have easily come back and said, here's a few examples that actually you're going to have to agree or not hearsay once we flesh this out. And then it's going to turn into, it's a fact, but it's not as strong as you're coming off. And he didn't know to do that. He did not know to do that. And to be clear, I'm not saying that Candace is lying or is incorrect. I'm saying that she's just a little overcooked in the way she's presenting it. And I don't know if it's because she knows that Andrew isn't going to know to rebut it, or I think it's more likely that she's just, she's generally kind of right. It's not an unfair way to describe it as a lot of that shit was hearsay and it was all done under the 1102 rule. But it could be debated properly if the, counter debater actually had done the research and knew anything about the case.
Yeah. Watch the video here. It's they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying.
And she's right. They did do that all the time. And Andrew just conceded that straight up. He just gave it away, even though her description's not wrong, but he easily could have made a counterpoint.
It's illegal. It's allowed at this stage. But I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that.
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these are the evidences that I find the most
wildly underwhelming arguments on Andrew's part, because like he's basically coming in and just saying to the general audience, I find it convincing because I saw the evidence that the feds put out and I have nothing new to add to it. I just think that the combination of all that evidence means that it was Tyler Robinson. And that's not going to convince anyone of anything. You're convincing nobody. People that already agree with you are going to keep agreeing with you. And you're not going to convince a single person that you're right. There's nothing added whatsoever there. It's completely void.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you.
So if you're trying to win the debate that you paid $300,000 for, you better come with a better strategy than the thing that you already all saw. I pretty much agree with the thing that we already all said. And that's my argument. Bad argument, bro.
It was pretty direct, right? What did you find?
And this is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find.
What you said in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one. Well, even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming?
It kind of is Andrew versus Andrew. He's trying to pretend that she said something she didn't say. She's just saying that you made these points, and so I'm addressing them. Are there more that you want me to address?
And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Is there something you find to be more overwhelming?
Let me ask that question. Yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah. Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
When PBD first jumped in here to do an ad break, I didn't know we were going to do ad breaks. I could have probably thought it through and known that, but it made me laugh because it was just so, Patrick Bet David for like the first thing he really interjects into the debate. Well, not literally, but like just jumping in like, hey, what do you think about a little ad break? Make a little money, run this business really good. It's just so PBD. But that's a side tangent.
Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also
take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys.
Let's end on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should.
So the text messages and the confessions, from Andrew Wilson's opinion, is the most convincing. So we'll see how well he makes that argument here.
Discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right.
You didn't have to stunt on Andrew like that, bro. Like you didn't have to drop it.
We'd like to see this right now. Let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
The crazy thing too is that there's all these watch parties on different people's channels, pro Candace, anti Candace, and when you add up all that viewership and all these associated watch parties that were technically only like one view on the main channels, there's a lot of live viewers of this thing.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And
that's kind of a dense way to take it. I mean, you can argue for their validity, but to say you see no way they could be invalid is like, you're not very tech literate, bro.
And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps
the entire world questioned them. That was one of the first big moments where the whole world came together and said, this is really sus. And TikTok memed it extensively. Young people all over the world were making funny videos about it. They were making reenactments. They were dressing up as Shakespeare. Be like, my lord, the vehicle doth expireth. It was an internet sensation when they released these text messages. No one was buying them. It was hilarious. Andrew Wilson obviously wasn't on planet Earth that week because everyone questioned the text messages except for Andrew Wilson, apparently.
Perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. Well, why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to. This
is an incredibly important point that Candace makes pretty well on the fly there. They don't really take the time to circle around it and really flesh it out. It's so important. And I've seen a lot of people misunderstanding this and then sort of like extrapolating their logic of their perspective based on not understanding this. In the preliminary hearing, the defense, it is not normal at all. It is not the standard for the defense to present any information. The defense during preliminary hearings does not bring their case. They don't make their argument. They don't give away what they know. They don't introduce evidence or facts. There's the very rare exception where it's not that they're completely not allowed to bring any evidence or facts, but it is very much not the norm. And the reason why it's not the norm is because all that's happening in the preliminary hearing is that the prosecution is saying, Your Honor, we have enough evidence, whether it's true evidence or not, just enough evidence that is, reasonable to believe that it's true, that we should go to a trial to determine the guilt. But it's just the prosecution saying we have enough evidence, and you don't check if the evidence is real or not. You don't check if it's right or not. The judge is not allowed to weigh the facts of it. Barron did a great show about this the other night, and there's more to it too that he didn't even go into. That's like the bigger picture of just preliminary hearings are for the prosecution to get to a real hearing, and the defense's only job is to say that sort of pin discrediting testimony, questions, facts onto whatever the prosecution presents to try to discredit the argument they're presenting. They don't bring anything new of their own. They don't bring witnesses. They don't present their perspective, their facts, none of it. So the defense was not making their argument, and that was not their job, and they do not want to at that stage because it gives away what they know. And if they have some slam dunk thing, they want to save that for later. So the prosecution obviously can't get ahead of it.
Address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages.
Again, Candace describing actual firsthand knowledge of the actual events that happened over this whole year. And I doubt that Andrew Wilson knows anything about what she's talking about.
Just feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. He wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told
Yeah. The note plus the text messages is pretty fucking weird. Because the note was, to remind us all, the note was essentially if I die or if I go down, the note was a worst case scenario just in case. Assuming it's true and real and really did occur, the note represents the concept of if I go down, this will tell my boyfriend what happened, I guess. Even though if Tyler goes down, the boyfriend will find out what happened. And if Tyler doesn't go down, then he doesn't want the boyfriend to find the note. So it's all very illogical when you think about basic human motivations in terms of let's not get caught.
He's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists, but then suddenly he's writing a
also as a Helldivers player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
Yes.
But my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes
Yeah, but do you see how
passes.
that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But
I
hang on.
said
Let me
parking aside-
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this. Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside.
Logic, reason, and explanatory power. Met an awful lot of kids and young people, and they don't write that way. I've graded papers. I've taught English class. They don't write that way. It's not how they speak. It's not how they write. And so on balance, if you were to take 1,000 young people in the 20-ish age range and ask them all to write out a message that carried this meaning using whatever words they wanted, none of them would write you those words. None of them would write you in that tone. Not very likely. So just, from logical reasoning, rational power. And yeah, I'm asserting that. That's not an actual scientific study that I've done. Tell me I'm wrong if you want.
Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Like, you switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like Fed slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on this.
Yeah, it is. It evolved organically, which is different. The difference between everyone online seeing something funny that is effective and being like, that's funny, I'm going to say that. Paramount, not so tactical, for example. That's like natural trend formation amongst cultures. It's a little different when, a bunch of highly paid influencers all come out with a parroted, identical message around a specific event that's clearly organized. That's not the same. That is not an authentic, organic growth of a concept within a culture.
Same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, on that.
No, they were not trusting their intuition. They were organized, told to be there, given a script, came out, delivered the script. Very obvious. And it's the exact same bigwigs. And you'll notice, here's a point. You'll notice the big boys have already abandoned Andrew. The only people that are defending Andrew at this point online still, and really from the start, are the little fish, the ones that are on Fed slop team, but not because they're like officially on the team as much as because they're like, they recognize that they want access. They want into the club. They want to be on that. They want that. They want it. And seen this a lot in this industry. It goes one or the other way. Is you're either the kind of person that you get the invitation to AmFest and you start to get invited as a speaker to events and you think more of this. How can I get more of these invitations? Because then I get to go to the parties and like meet the cool people and the celebrities and like the hot girls and all that stuff. Or you start getting those invitations, you go to one of them and you're like, this is kind of fucking gay. I'm not really, this is not a lot of fun. I'm going to go do my own thing again. Those are two different kinds of people. And if you notice, the big boys that are already in the club, the Benny Johnsons, the Jack Posobics, those guys, Nick Fuentes, for example, allegedly, all those big Fed slop accounts are not defending him. And they didn't come out to defend him. They're not posting about it. They're ignoring it. They're pretending it did not happen. Because it's not a good look. It's not good propaganda. It's a loss, and they're writing it off. The only people defending him are the smaller ones that don't get they don't have a memo because they're not actually doing it because they were told to. They're doing it because they have developed the worldview that they just expect to, which is why a lot of Candace fans defend Candace because they believe her and they like that team and they're on that team. And so they post things to try to help that team win, which is not always faithful to truth. It's faithful to your team. And it's not ideal in either side. But the Fed slop side is especially funny because it's in service of the government and you're devoting your life for no pay, for no good reason other than that you want like more access and invitations into the government club. It's all very weird. But if you look online, it's really interesting that the big boys aren't out here defending him. Whereas if he had clobbered her, if he had made her look like a dumbass, imagine how many of those accounts would be clipping it up, talking about it day and night. Yeah.
Scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing, have a reaction to it. Wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just your general intuition, sometimes might be text messages. Then we looked at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what our client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying.
So since September 11th, nobody from the public or from Tyler Robinson's team or Tyler Robinson's defense or Tyler Robinson or Tyler Robinson's family, none of them have had any access to his phone or his messages. So they wouldn't probably even know if he had sent them. They wouldn't know if they're even in there. They would have no way, as in like maybe someone else sent them from his computer. They don't know if that's what happened because they haven't been able to look, but they also don't know if it even exists because they haven't been able to look. So like, I don't think this is what happened. But at this point, as far as Kathy Nestor knows, that's just a made up, it's just, they drew that screenshot and it's totally fabricated. And it does, if you were to open Tyler's messages, it wouldn't even be there as far as they know because they haven't been able to see it. They don't have his phone. I don't think that's what happened. I think someone did actually send those messages, obviously. I think it's probably a genuine screenshots and all, but.
My client was here, right? I want to know that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer.
And they're going to have to show that during the real trial. They're going to have to prove that. They're going to have to use cell phone location data to show where he was, we have a clear time frame when the texts were sent. It should be very obvious that the phone is up in Orem, not down in his hometown. And it should be very obvious that they were sent from his iPhone, not from his computer. And we should see that it's up there right by the shooting, waiting in the woods. That'll be 100% crystal clear. And if we don't see that, it's because it didn't happen that way. Because it's
just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then
we're going to get into this more in a bit when they talk about another aspect of it. But there's this element where as we learn more, we become capable of inferring what else they must have, what else we would expect to get. And it's been a developing, list, I guess, over time. But before the preliminary hearing, there were certain things we were and weren't expecting to see and to know. For example, we were told that Tyler Robinson's parents, that Tyler Robinson confessed to them, and that they told the police that Tyler Robinson confessed to them. So we were kind of expecting to see some sort of written statement from them in some form, some sort of statement from them brought by the prosecution, because that is slam dunk fucking evidence. If your own mom is ratting you out, you're guilty. And we didn't see that. And so the fact that we were told that existed, so we were expecting to see it in some form, and then we didn't, that tells us something. And consequently, in the same way, we learn things over time, like in the preliminary hearing, we learn that these are the text messages and this is what they're going with. And so we can rightly infer that they should be able to pinpoint where his phone was when those were sent and that they were sent from his phone. And if they don't show us that during the trial, it's got to be because they don't have it or they're really dumb, because you have not proven that he sent those text messages until you show where he was, where the phone was, where all of that. And that should not be hard to do. That should be very easy to do if that's actually how it happened. And if it's not how it actually happened, it's dang near impossible to show. So we get these sort of, as long as you're careful with your logical reasoning in it, as we get information, we become capable of expecting what we'll get later on down the line. And it kind of circles around like in the preliminary hearing, in the main trial, because that's when we're expecting to get all this information. And Julian Dory's recent podcast with Barron and I think Joseph Scott, I forget his full name, the coroner, medical examiner, the death expert, Joseph Scott Horton is something, I forget his full name. Sorry, bud. Great podcast. Total respect to him for doing it with Julian and Barron. They spoke a lot about the expectation of like, they better have saved the shirt. They better have saved the mic. They better have saved all this shit. That's like, this is how you should be doing it. Going over what we expect of a proper criminal investigation helps us understand when we get to a part where it's not proper, where it's not being done right, where there's gaps in it all, the suspicious stuff. And that's basically what Candace's case is built on, is all these gaps are just, there's too many of them. And Andrew Wilson's case is, to be an ass about it, is built on the fact that he doesn't know where the gaps are because he doesn't know about the case. So he doesn't even know what to ask about or what to say. He's just reading a script, which is, I'm overstating it a bit. He's not just reading a script, and he does, he has actually covered the case somewhat over time. He does have his own opinions. They're just not super well informed based upon his performance here.
And the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a...
Real quick, let's just rewind and watch Patrick Bet David's repositioning here, because it was funny. I don't know why. It just struck me as like, that dude's 14 years old.
That you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone...
Just check out this lift and scoot.
I don't know, pot on the corner.
I don't know. It just looked funny. Obviously, no shade to Patrick.
Would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text. It's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage, and I'm here, and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also,
this is such an empty argument. This is going to be an appeal to emotion along with just a complete fallacy to try to get you to ignore the fallacy while you're being appealed to your emotions.
But wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source.
He wouldn't know that because he doesn't actually know, and he didn't watch her. He didn't do any prep. He doesn't have to watch her show on a regular basis. But the master debater, the blood sports debater, the #1 debater, should be doing some prep, bud. You're not so good at debate that you don't need to do prep. You're so good at debate because you do good prep. Duh. And in this case, Andrew clearly did not do a lot of prep.
An anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true, is it?
Find it to be reliable hearsay.
So this contention is a critical piece that the Fed sloppers come out with all the time. They always try to attack this angle from different perspectives, and it never goes well for them for a couple of reasons. They repeatedly try to present Candace Owens as when she has a source, she's just making stuff up and it can't be trusted. And she's never brought receipts and it's always just made up and there's never any proof, which is patently untrue. She has over and over and over completely dick slapped the entire Zioslop narrative by saying she has information and claiming it without presenting the source and evidence yet, letting them all pretend like she's making it up and then dropping the source, like the text messages, the screenshots, etc. That's happened multiple times. But furthermore, Andrew Wilson seems to not be familiar with what journalism is and with what a journalist is and not know how that works. So let's just remind us all that in a court of law, you're dealing with evidence and such in a legal framework. In a judicial framework, you're arguing the case based upon its legal merits in a legal fashion. Candace ain't one of those. She ain't there. That's not her job. She is a journalist, and her job is to engage with information as a journalist does, which is completely different. And the standard for evidence is completely different. The standard for proof and all that, the way you tell the story, it's all completely different, obviously. And when you are a journalist, one of the most fundamental parts of journalism is having sources. Without sources, there's basically no journalism. And the whole point of journalists is that they establish credible reputation so that when they get a source, if the source wants to remain anonymous, the journalist can replace the credibility of the source that they're not going to give away with their own credibility by saying, I'm a reputable journalist that has reported well in the past, and I vet my sources, and you know I vet my sources. So when I say I have an anonymous source that told me these things, you can trust me because of my reputation. And in the past, our system has grouped journalists up into mainstream news organizations that share credibility. And so in the past, the Washington Post had credibility, and the Washington Examiner had credibility. The New York Times had credibility. And when a journalist working for them has a source, they can vet that source up to the New York Times' standards. And then they can all have a conversation with their editors and stuff and say, this story is good to go. You've done the requisite vetting. Our reputation is intact. We believe this. We are good to run it. But if they break that trust over and over and over, people start to not trust the entire New York Times. So it's critically important for the organization's reputation to remain intact for that exact reason. And that's the story of why the mainstream news is no longer trusted and no one fucking gives a shit about them anymore, because they broke that trust over and 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 over. Independent journalists use the exact same system, except the trust is entirely your own. And I have established my trust in the way that I do. And some people think that that's zero. And my audience thinks that it's high. And there's other people in between. Andrew Wilson has established his credibility and his trust over time. Candace has established hers. And it is her job to have anonymous sources. That is the whole point of journalism. And she does it exceptionally well. And having seen it from the inside and the outside, she's better at it than most people in this industry. Just going to say that. When Candace says that she has a source that told her something, I trust not only that she's being honest about what she says happened and was said and all that, but I also trust that she wasn't a fool, because she's not. And she vetted that source with the understanding that there will be fake sources sent to her to try to feed her lies. I guarantee you that her tips box is filled with that. And she is not dumb. She knows that. And she knows that if she gets tricked by any of those fake sources that are trying to come into her and, send her down the wrong track, which is what a lot of people were worried Mitch Snow was, and people still have their own opinions about that. She's aware of that trap. And she's very careful to not fall into it. And she very carefully vets things. And when she arrives at a claim that she thinks there's something there, but she's unsure about, she tries to couch it in a way where she's not claiming it as definitive and trying to work through that. That's journalism. And that's how it works. And Andrew seems to either be trying to purposefully forget that that's the truth or is too dumb to know it. But that is a repeated theme among the Fed slop narrative over and over and over. Journalism is not the courts, not done in the same way. And journalism involves confidential sources. It's critical. It's very important. And it's very normal. As long as you approach them with integrity and you maintain your honesty and integrity and can, demonstrate your credibility over time.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
Just doing what
you're doing is a cool story.
You're giving us.
Hang on. You're giving us.
You must have
hang on. You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay.
Yeah, he is just wrong on this. And it's another example where if you're familiar with the case, you know that the words he just said indicated that he didn't actually know the details of what the documents say, which documents say what about the dad and about what they knew, what the timeline of when those documents came out was, how the media extrapolated that to be a bunch of, claims that were not actually supported by the document. We know that chronology of how that evolved. And he just skimmed over it in a way that made it pretty obvious that he does not have a very strong read on what actually happened there.
Maybe I'm paraphrasing.
So what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear.
And again, he flips it into a question when he doesn't actually have the detailed information so that he doesn't have to answer it and he can force her to tell him what he doesn't know.
Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about?
This part's amazing. listen to those words he just said. No, this is one of those things that I fact checked pre-debate. As in, like, it's from something that I read while I was kind of sloppily getting ready for this. But he doesn't even know what the document is. He has no idea. He's just like, I just read some shit on my way in here. You're not very good at prepping for debates if you don't know what the document that you got the information. You got to remember the source of the information too, bud, to be good at debates. But then Candace, because she knows everything about the case, because she lives it, she identifies his document for him and then proceeds to school him on his own fucking document.
Like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can't pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in until we got to the preliminary hearing. And we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened
That is factually true.
was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging documents, he after they transported
Down to knowing who wrote the reports, which becomes extremely important here because you learn that it is hearsay because it's a different person saying what they knew about a different exchange where he was told that the parents said some stuff. So it's like hearsay of hearsay. And it doesn't seem to be accurately reported.
Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point though. Why wouldn't the parent?
Point because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the misinformation?
It doesn't negate the point. The point is that.
And that's such a dumb question, dude. What a dumbass. Dude. If your son is on trial for murder, for aggravated murder, death penalty's on the table, your lawyers are telling you to shut the fuck up and stay inside. Do not talk to anyone. Don't say anything at all. Duh. They've got it. Trust them. That's the number one thing that everyone learns about the law. Shut up and ask for a lawyer. Do not go out into public and start fucking making a bunch of statements. Duh. Because assholes like you and your buddies will do everything you can to clip them and twist them, manipulate them, lie about them, and flip the narrative to get your son killed.
We now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially.
He implied it until she called it out, and then it was confronted him. And yeah.
Which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson...
Just notice her command of the information, of which Andrew has demonstrated zero up to this point. He just keeps asking her to demonstrate command of the information when he arrives at a crossroads where he could try to pin her on something if he knew the information.
Knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
leader.
How
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you have the evidence,
I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever.
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can.
And furthermore, if during the intake process, when they're bringing Tyler in, the police are interacting with Tyler's parents, and Tyler's parents directly say to the police that they think their child did it, that goes into a report as direct evidence with a quote. That does not just get passed up. That is an official statement to law enforcement. That's why when you get arrested for a crime, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, because statements to police officers are binding. And if you say it, it's done and it's recorded. And so if Tyler Robinson's parents had said that to a police officer, that evidence would be very much presentable in the preliminary hearing. And it would have been the strongest evidence they would have had. And they didn't present that. They didn't have it, apparently. Maybe they're holding on to it for some reason. Seems unlikely based upon my research.
On
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
miss
then
first?
just
You
go
would
back
do Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that.
Thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages.
What she's pointing out is that it's a trust me, bro. Just like Andrew did a trust me, bro, that I've got this text message from TPUSA, but you can't see it. Just like Candace says, I have anonymous sources. It's the same thing. This is the prosecution saying, trust me, bro, these text messages are real, but we have yet to show you any reason to believe that for sure. Now, if you think the federal government and the police have more credibility than Candace or than Andrew, then you can believe that. That's fine. And then you can give more credibility to the things that the law enforcement says. And theoretically, that would be the world we live in. We want to live in that world. That is the goal. That's the point of police. Unfortunately, we don't entirely live in that world, and a lot of us don't trust the government. And so that doesn't hold a whole lot of weight. Kind of like the mainstream media, we wish we could trust them, but we can't. And yeah, the government that literally, the FBI that just finished covering up Epstein is still in active process of covering up Epstein. Sorry, bud. We don't trust them. And if you want to trust them, Andrew, take it away.
Yet she will during trial. They will actually.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the.
JFK went to court with a fucking magic bullet, dude. JFK went to court with I mean, it didn't go to court, but it got like litigated in the court of congressional investigation opinion, I guess.
The parents fact check.
Yeah, so I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at?
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
The charging doc?
See it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter.
It's interesting that the document is titled 9/16/25 information.pdf. Is that the original title of the document, or is that Andrew's team pulling it and just putting it by the date it was published and writing its title as information because they didn't know to title it charging document? I'm going to hope that that's just the auto download title that it was given.
The news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Mm-hmm. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson.
So this is one of the better arguments to level against Candace or me or someone like that. Because it's not uncompelling. This is a difficult point to square for someone in my shoes. And it's hard to know what is true and not true and what is sort of been fudged in the space between when they actually were speaking to Tyler's parents and then when it was described and put down into the report. It's hard to tell. My perspective on it personally, not trying to speak for Candace at all. My perspective on it is that the wording in this segment feels dangerously vague in the sense that I want to know exactly what the dad said to imply those things. I want to know, is the person writing this report the person that the dad was speaking to? Or is it sort of this amalgamation of conversations the police were all having of how, like, for example, I'm just being hypothetical here, but if they are in this process of taking Tyler in and the parents are kind of mingling with the officers and they're sort of talking about what's going on. If the dad makes some sort of comment during that of like, well, we saw on the news that it looked like my rifle, that it looked like this heirloom rifle, that can very quickly get extrapolated into what's in this report, that the dad saw this on the thing and thought the thing. Also, my perspective and a version of Candace's perspective is that Tyler was wrapped up in something bad. Tyler, I believe, was wrapped up in a crime. And I think he was a part of a conspiracy that he did not understand, that he was lied to about. That seems the most likely to me, as far as I can tell. And in that scenario, this actually adds up, that Tyler would be very reticent to tell his parents what was going on, and that the dad would kind of confront him about it, and that he would be kind of like, I can imagine that process being very, very awkward and complicated to try to come out to your parents and like to deal with this fact that you're fucked with your parents. And I could see these statements coming out of that and getting kind of misconstrued into this narrative because they're under the assumption that Tyler is the guilty party at this point. So they're reconstructing these statements to basically try to evidence that, even though that might not have been the context in which the father and mother might have said these things at the actual moment. I don't know. That's really the best defense that I'd kind of come up with off the top of my head. And to me, that is more than enough to keep the door open, but it's not convincing to say that there's zero chance that any of this ever happened or anything like that. And so I think Andrew could have pushed on this a lot better. A lot more.
He planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
Why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well, first off,
that's the question.
The parents are not going to ever play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
forever. They're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source.
And there's a couple times in here where Candace kind of clams up like this. And what this is her protecting her source. And that's the right thing to do. It's the honorable thing to do. And there's anyone in the media criticizing Candace for like not answering this part or like clamming up on this is a hypocrite. Because you're not a journalist if you don't protect your sources, and her job is to protect her sources. And she can't say anything about it lest she imply a thing about who that source is. Because it could be someone in the direct family. It could be someone in the slightly extended family. It could be like the babysitter. Who knows? And so she's not going to touch it at all.
But won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said.
And yeah, that's exactly how it should be handled, Andrew. If I was in the family of a situation like this, if I'm in Tyler Robinson's family, no, you're not fucking going to the press and putting your own statement out there publicly. Every lawyer in the world is telling you not to do that, and they're right. But I personally would be heavily considering leaking some shit through quiet back channels to someone like Candace so that story can get out there, even though we definitely don't want it to look like it's coming from me. Yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense.
I have a source, so I want to be very clear.
That being said, that source is probably still biased. I mean, it's in the family of Tyler Robinson, so you still have to take their bias into account as well. All that stuff. You have to vet it.
And take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
That's not weird at all. That's very logical, as I just explained.
I am telling you that if you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This
especially
mother,
when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid,
this is the appeal to emotion part that is just, sorry, bro, falls on deaf ears.
Was in any way, shape, or form going to be ever, you couldn't shut me up.
I think right now in the back of Andrew's mind, he thinks he's appealing to the wine moms, so to speak. That's what they call them. The Candace Owens fans. What he does not realize is that he's not winning over a single woman ever. In any context, let alone in this debate. So not a worthwhile strategy. You're wasting your breath.
My wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Candace held back on so many great Rachel Wilson insults during this segment where there's just a million jokes to be made about how, yeah, we know Rachel can't keep her fucking mouth shut out of your business at all. She's always in your... she was trying to help you have the debate for the whole week leading into the debate.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what happens.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I'm saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me.
And again, Andrew doesn't know anything about this whole timeline of which statements were taken by who, when, that night. He doesn't know any of that. So he has no capability to even drill into this claim. Candace has him checkmated here because she actually knows whose statements were where. And he did Andrew Wilson doesn't know shit about Mike Mitchell. So he really can't even approach this point, unfortunately.
Yes, the parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to see the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally
No, it's
fabricated.
not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because
She's exactly right. Preliminary hearing is the wrong time to argue the merits of the evidence.
what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text message.
They would certainly try to lodge their objections based upon whether it's permissible, the fact that it's hearsay, the fact that it's unreliable. They would try to attach disqualifiers to it based upon itself, but they would not be trying to introduce their own narrative and evidence and witnesses to try to discredit it now. That's not what they would be doing.
Yes, but in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information,
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text
they
messages.
never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're.
This is a fundamental misunderstanding. Like, he is right now just completely showing us all that he doesn't know what preliminary hearings are and how they work. The defense does not ever present evidence in preliminary hearings. Look it up for yourself. That's not how they work. That's not what they're for. There's this very limited sliver of times when such a thing would happen. And this is not the type of evidence that you would bring in such a situation.
No,
Nope.
you're
No, they're not allowed to, or
No,
sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to
Like,
say
if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no. It wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not disagreement.
they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact,
Yeah, Andrew, you're just walking down a road of exposing that you don't understand the legal process here. And all the lawyers speaking on this are telling you directly that preliminary hearings are not for the defense presenting evidence, and you can look it up for yourself. You can ask AI. You'll get the same answer pretty much everywhere. Preliminary hearing, the prosecution presents their arguments, and the defense just addresses the evidence that they're presenting and lodges their objections. The only exception, as far as I'm aware, comes if the defense has like an ironclad, unquestionable alibi kind of a thing, where it's like, this case cannot proceed because this completely objective fact clears it or shows that this is all bullshit, or the evidence they're bringing is completely fabricated and it's this easy to show. Those sorts of things where it's because the judge can't weigh evidence against evidence. He can only weigh that evidence exists, so we will go to trial. And if the defense can prove that no evidence exists, then you won't go to trial. But yeah, what Andrew's talking about is just purely his made up story about what's going on here.
when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So he's either twisting it or he's misunderstanding his attorney, because if what he's describing there is if you had evidence of a fabrication that was ultra, as in like indisputable clear, yeah, maybe. But it says directly in the code that Barron walked everybody through the other night, very directly, that the judge cannot weigh two batches of evidence that are conflicting. If the defense presents evidence that something is fabricated and the prosecution presents evidence that it's not, the judge is not there during this process to say one or the other. He's just there to say there is evidence worth disputing in a trial later. So if his lawyer really did say that and was not being retarded, I presume that the lawyer was sort of saying that truly unquestionable exculpatory alibi type evidence might be brought.
in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on the law on the books. So that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though, as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. You're saying, could
no, what I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
reason we're
second.
here.
I mean, he kind of fumbled that one. It's a strong point to be made, and if I were him, I would have made it in the framing of something more like the defense or the prosecution is saying that the parents said this, And so to me, when I see that, I think it's, I think that's overwhelming evidence, because I think it would be so stupid of them to present that as a fact that they have. And then when they get to trial, they can't present it because it's not real. That would be so dumb of them, that to me, it seems more likely that they did say those things, because otherwise that's so dumb. That's probably a much stronger argument than like, but how could you shut the mother up? Like, is the mother a retard?
Second. I just want to make sure that I got this.
To be clear, according to Andrew, she is.
That's right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew, there's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far,
this is just like, that doesn't convince you.
Every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
If
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue.
This is such a disingenuous and stupid point for him to try to make here.
With you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But
that was a weird sentence that he just said. He says, I have had tons of Discord calls about this. What does that mean?
The least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this.
What? Is he implying that like he standardly uses Discord to talk to his friends, and in talking with his friends about the case and what they believe about it, they've discussed this aspect of it? Or are we talking about like prepping narratives and getting your talking points straight and stuff like that?
My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning.
So he doesn't know how conspiracies work, and he has no, what? So you're a horrible conspiracy theorist and you know jack shit about any of them. As we described earlier, pretty much any conspiracy worth talking about is perpetrated by a large, powerful government, usually government-based organization. And it is always attempted to be kept secret, covered up. And the nature of what that leaves for us to investigate is a very difficult picture to put together. Usually, conspiracy theories are such because they are a cover-up, and we have very limited slivers of information, usually based on this doesn't add up. This is not possible. Building 7 couldn't have collapsed like that. Not possible. Where's the plane? Why was the CIA covering for these hijackers? Why the F are these Israelis here filming it in advance? Those sorts of things that are just like literally not possible based upon the given narrative. So you go looking for other explanations and you start investigating, and that's how conspiracy theories happen. Okay. So not only does Andrew pretend like conspiracy theorists are not supposed to theorize, you retard, but he's also pretending like conspiracies don't come from the gaps. That's where they come from. They come from being presented an official narrative about a crime, often a large, big event like a huge political assassination, or, a kid on a roof shooting at Trump's ear magically, or JFK's magic bullet, or 9/11 in the Twin Towers. All of those things are only identified by the holes in the story that don't make sense, because the point was for it to be covered up, to be undiscoverable. That's the nature of an intelligence agency operation. But he doesn't seem to understand any of that, or pretends like it's not real because it doesn't help him. It's not good for his narrative.
What the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense, or it's wackadoo stuff, or
it's real sources that she shares. It's text messages that she shares. It's actual evidence that she presents. High resolution photos that no one's disputing, that are real, that she presented. So let's just straw man. Again, a straw man.
It makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on...
He doesn't do any of that. None of that happens later.
Literally nothing. That leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like, you couldn't even infer it logically.
Yeah, we can. You're just not smart enough to use your logic to make basic inferences that 3-year-olds can make. Like what I was saying earlier about footprints. The one on top, obviously, logically, came second. Like as in the topmost footprint is recent. The one underneath it, not recent. Very easy logical inference for anyone except for Andrew Wilson to make.
That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not...
Yeah, I've got it, Andrew. I've just remembered. I figured it out. Here's the analogy that you needed, Andrew. If I put out my cigarette in the ashtray, and then I put out more cigarettes in the ashtray and more cigarettes in the ashtray, and your ashtray, I'm sure, just overflows all the time. Once your ashtray becomes this heaping pile of dead cigarettes, probably the cigarette on top is more recent than the cigarette in the bottom of the pile. Right? Logical. That is how you deduce the fact that the most degraded prints probably aren't the most recent. There. Now I'm sure it makes sense to you, Andrew.
You just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
Why would that be a problem? Is it a problem that I say that 9/11 was controlled demolition? Because when you look at Building 7 collapsing, there's no other possible explanation. Is that morally reprehensible for me to say, Andrew? Was it a problem for years when myself and many others like me were saying that Jeffrey Epstein worked for Israel? Even though we didn't technically have hard proof at the time, we had a lot of little circumstantial evidence that anyone doing the research could put it together. Is that morally reprehensible to say? Or is that just the nature of using your brain? Right? It's so evil that I had to pay $300,000 to come here and try to publicly debunk you, to control the narrative, to get this shit under control.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have.
Such a power move, honestly. I mean, it's not exactly like good faith debate, but like we're long past Andrew presenting that way either. It's pretty clear what's going on by now. It's going to get way more clear once it flips here in a second. But she's just such a power move to be like, no, I don't have to answer that. That's a stupid fucking question. We're allowed to think. It's America. Next. Because she just then controls the debate. And he just looks like there's so many times where he looks emasculated and it just gets worse and worse and worse leading into the very end.
Have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
Exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's a law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences, we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Propositions can be partly true and partly false. But let's not get into semantics.
Come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether.
Okay, so he literally just agreed.
Or not. You feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right, sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of, I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up.
That did not make any sense. I think it was just a rephrasing of the same nonsense argument that his morality dictates what speculation you are and are not allowed to do.
Says the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecution.
So Andrew, knowing nothing about the case, is like, wait a second, did I just get a win? Because he doesn't actually know what evidence is on the screen. He doesn't know if he won or not. He's just been told he won. So he's like, oh, goody, something for me to read. Candace immediately is like, that's not true. I know the case and I know the evidence and I'm about to debunk whatever you put on the screen. So watch how Andrew Wilson acquaints himself with what is apparently proving him correct, though he doesn't know anything about it yet.
Prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah. That was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was entire, and we can pull.
So there's one point What's reasonable?
What's up? Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into.
So Andrew's team tried to fact check by bringing in a document that, if you're uninitiated into the case, looks like a good fact check because they don't know the context. Andrew Wilson gets all excited because he doesn't know the context either, reads it out as though it's a win, and then Candace explains the context to them, which is obvious and you would know if you had been following all along, and it falls right out from underneath them.
A hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all this.
Where's the show cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
Yeah, I understand, except that I just thought 5 seconds ago that was a total win for me, but whatever, now we'll ignore it and pretend it didn't happen.
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now, at the end of the preliminary hearing, dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my, I don't remember how much it was. It's an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is, as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
there's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
So I just want to point out there, for example, like right there, Andrew got totally owned, and Candace didn't make a big show of it, and Andrew tried to move on from it pretty quick and pretend like he didn't, but we just saw how Andrew and his team had no idea what fact check they were presenting. And the fact check just totally bottomed out because Candace knew their fact check better than them and explained it to them so that they could realize, oh, fuck, that's not a fact check at all. And then Andrew didn't want to show the Kathy Nestor clip that disproves what the point he was just trying to make because it's not really relevant because Andrew doesn't dispute it because he didn't know fuck all about what they were trying to say. And so that entire point that he was trying to make just got completely pieced apart. And then we just move on to the next, not pretending like we didn't just notice that Andrew Wilson just totally owned himself. Him and his team just owned themselves.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean, first, because your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on
these
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying.
Because you made many claims
into something else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we discussed the gun, we discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said.
The screwdriver.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence.
So I think we're about to transfer from the segment where theoretically it was Andrew Wilson making the case for why the Fed stuff is so convincing. Try to ignore the fact that very little was actually discussed. Very little evidence was actually, he didn't make any comprehensive case. He just kind of vaguely alluded to like the text messages that they shared, the things the Feds shared. I just generally think that they're convincing. And then Candace picked at them as much as possible and Andrew defended as much as he could. But no, there was no real narrative presented. He didn't walk through any evidence. He didn't like chop things up. He didn't add anything at all. So I don't know if you're convinced by that's basically the totality of Andrew Wilson's argument for why his case is correct. We're about to move into Candace's side where he's trying to interrogate her side, which is not very successful either. But in the middle here, at this point, at this assertion that Candace has to answer for all the things that she said on her show. You know, I actually I reject that. That's not actually true. And it's not too hard to realize that that's not true if you really think about it for a second. Candace doesn't have to answer for shit. I don't have to answer for shit that I say on my show. Does not matter. I am not legally bound. Aside from like defamation law and copyright law, things like that. But like in the vast center of all the rest of the, free speech that I've got, I can say anything I fucking want on here. And if I say something that's not true, like, I don't know, I love Andrew Wilson, doesn't matter. I can lie on my show if I want to. I can talk shit on my show. I can make things up on my show. I can be a comedian if I want it to be. My whole show could be jokes. Totally fine. That's my choice. Whatever. The question is, what does your audience think of it? Because your audience is coming there to watch you. And so if you're presenting things as though it's truth on your show and you're wrong all the time, your audience is going to notice. And over time, they're going to go somewhere else. Unless they want the untruth. If you're a comedian and you actually make satire on purpose, maybe they're literally coming to you for untruths, satire. It just has to do with what your audience wants from you and what you present to them, and if you're giving them what they want. And if you're not presenting your stuff as facts, then they're not coming to you for facts, they're coming to you for entertainment. But if they're coming to you for information and facts, and you're giving them that, but you're proven to be wrong all the time, then you're going to lose your audience. And if you're proven to be right all the time, you're going to keep your audience, especially if you're compelling. And Candace is that. She's compelling and she's right very often. And a lot of people love her shit. So she's like the biggest podcast in the world. Deal with it, Andrew. And she does not need to answer for any of that if she doesn't want to. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you think. Doesn't matter what Erica Kirk thinks. Doesn't matter what anyone thinks. If Candace wants to make wild claims on her show and then just not ever debate it, that's fine. If her audience doesn't care and they stay with her, that's fine. She can do that. It's not the most journalistic, not a lot of journalistic integrity in that. It's not the best look in the information space. And over time, it would reflect poorly on her. Sure. But no, she's not required to do any of that. She doesn't have to support her shit or defend it if she doesn't want to. If she wants to make a TV show that is entirely just her talking vibes with no evidence whatsoever, she's allowed to do that. It does not matter at all. Sorry. It is what it is. I mean, go watch Brandon Tatum. Every single night is just a giant rambling of just made up bullshit that comes out of his head with zero backing for the most part. It's like lots of people run shows that have zero factual backing, that don't share the sources, that are just opinions and narrative, and they present it as though it's news. That happens all the time with a lot of the buddies that, are directly on Andrew Wilson's team. So it's actually, no, that's a false premise, Andrew. That's bullshit. No one cares about your cross-examination, your interrogation, and it's not required. Candace chose to do it because she's fucking sick of this and because she correctly identified you as a soft target to get everyone to shut the fuck up and go away. And because you were stupidly offering her $300,000 that she was like, sure, retard.
And dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that it had post-degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's giving you a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that
is not what's been happening. I'm a patronizing piece of shit is the vibe. No, actually, it doesn't matter at all. She can make as many claims as she wants. She can speculate. Does not matter. She can do any of that. Doesn't matter. It's her platform. It's her speech. Deal with it. This is America. But beyond that, Candace actually is pretty careful with her words. And over time, most of the things that she asserts as fact are mostly about evidence that she intends to share or, statements that were made to her in private by sources or things like that. The theories that she's proffering are almost always, not always, but almost always provided as theories, as I suspect, or it could be, or maybe we should look into, or I have questions about.
You've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
Those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about...
And this is the start of Candace's real control over the conversation because of this really poor framing of, I am the morality police and I get to tell you what you aren't allowed to propose as alternative theories. Otherwise you're evil, which is just a very inconsistent thing for someone like Andrew Wilson to say.
Turning Point USA.
I like to talk about all
and get into it. I'm totally happy to do that, but I just want to say that I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
So she's pointing out that if we're about to move on from you making your case, I just want to make sure that you've made the whole case you want to make. And you can tell that Candace is not super committed to this debate in the sense that she doesn't really, the burden of proof is not really on her in the sense that her audience is so much bigger. Her level of implicit trust so much higher that you can tell that she doesn't really care to prove him wrong. She just cares to get this over with and just like whatever. If she wanted to, she could have chosen to press him more on his beliefs right here. But instead, she's just sort of opening the door of like, you really think you've made your case well enough to move on right now? Have you gotten $300,000 worth of making your case by now? Because it does not feel like it. And I want to make sure you got your time to make your case. And he doesn't realize that at all. It doesn't seem, and he's just like, no, because what he really came here to do was not to make his case, because he doesn't know shit about the case. What he came here to do was to play a bunch of out of context clips as though they were gotchas from Candace's whole history archive of videos, which we all knew that was the point. We all knew that was his strategy going in. And yeah, it's no surprise.
Question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot.
Yeah, I was expecting to be proven wrong about basically everything during the preliminary hearing. And if it was a clean cut case with overwhelming evidence, it would have been so fucking easy to prove every conspiracy wrong. So easy. There's like, oh my gosh, it's just like any number of little details, and you could easily just like cut off an entire wing of the conspiracy landscape because it's no longer possible. And we got none of that.
At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the FBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. The FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff.
Notice how Andrew Wilson hasn't interrupted at all during this whole time? Because he doesn't know shit about any of this evidence, and he doesn't have any good talking points on any of it, I would assume. I don't think it's because he's being polite. I think that if he thought he knew this evidence well and wanted to dispute it, which theoretically he would if he thought it was overwhelmingly in his favor, I think we would probably have some interruptions here.
Back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? It's like defying common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already.
So just to be clear, Candace has been ranting for like three minutes now or something like that, maybe more. And it's been this rapid fire of things that don't add up. And it's been several, and maybe like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 points kind of strung together. And any one of them is wildly suspicious. And hugely problematic that needs an explanation if you're going to be like, it's all good, Fed slop narrative. This is the most informative segment about the case, I think, in the entire debate, because Candace is speaking uninterrupted, because she actually knows about the case and is kind of on a roll of describing things that she thinks are weird about the case. It's pretty much the only segment where we're actually going to get a substantive string of things that actually add up to one of their theories. But I just want to point out that any and all of those are big problems. Big problems. And when you actually slow down and pick apart the paving over the crime scene, when you actually pick apart the car not going into evidence and being immediately gotten rid of, when you pick apart the necklace and the shirt, I mean, the necklace going to Erica and the phone going to Erica and the shirt being MIA, those sorts of things, when you really pick those apart, when you then go for expert opinions, when you do your research, when you actually devote a lot of time to this case, like Candace has, like a lot of us have, every one of those points she just made becomes damn near disqualifying for the mainstream theory. There's no way to explain getting rid of this vehicle that Charlie's body was transported in without a trace, with no documentation of it, with no like proper just like collection of that evidence, and no like comprehension of why this car is in this state. What are these things in the car? Like, that's a crime scene. That's where the body was when he died. Basically, like, that's a part of the murder, because he wasn't pronounced dead until he got to the hospital. So everywhere that his body was before the hospital is crime scene, and they just get rid of that car. That doesn't square. That does not square in a normal murder investigation, and you need an explanation for that. And if you don't get one, I ain't fucking voting to convict if I'm on the jury. So she just rapid fired through all sorts of things that Andrew Wilson should be able to dispute. We just didn't get the dispute.
Already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paid anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot.
If you have not seen this conversation on Julian Dory's podcast between Baron Coleman and JSM, Joseph Scott Morton, I'm pretty sure is his name. It's very informative. This guy is one of the premier death investigators in the world, a long career of very high level medical examination and autopsies and stuff like that. Worked a ton of cases, including high profile ones. And he believes the official narrative. He does not believe the conspiracy theories, but he's a genuine adult with a brain and a lot of expertise. And they have this really wonderful conversation that's just dominated by a whole bunch of like Baron asking him, based on your expertise, tell us what you would expect to see. Tell us how the autopsy should be conducted. Tell us how they should collect this evidence. Tell us how this all should happen if it was a normal case. Because then when we get to trial, we're expecting to see all of that. And if you watch this whole episode, 4.5 hours almost of it, you will come away with a very fleshed out understanding of what we would expect to see. And you would also, develop an understanding of what we did not see that we were expecting to, and why maybe be a little suspicious. But of course, Joseph also presents a very compelling, in that one, he doesn't really present a whole lot of his own perspective, but you can get his perspective from it, that it's not, you can't rule in one direction or the other just based upon like things being weird. It's complicated. Cases this complicated are, they take a lot of nuance and detail and time and effort and dissemination of facts and kind of teasing it all out to really get to the bottom of things.
Here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case off planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
It's a talking point. Anyways.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his
But I don't understand when you're
his car
asked,
plates.
if you're asked the question, what would it take?
Yeah. Really quickly to flesh out that point that she was just trying to make. You're telling me that you have a fucking parking garage in 2026 filled with surveillance cameras that are not high quality enough to read license plates? Fire that fucking company yesterday and sue them to get all of your money back. Duh. There is no other point of having surveillance cameras in a parking garage. You have to be able to read license plates with your surveillance cameras in your parking garage. Otherwise, you're fucking useless. It's 2026. Obviously, the cameras in the parking garage can read the license plates. And if they can't match the license plate on that car based upon the surveillance footage they have, why? Why not? Because a lot of people don't realize they did not match the license plate. His license plate is not discussed anywhere in there. It is the make, model, and description of the car. That's what they're going off of. Just like, oh, he was wearing Converse too. Not to mention that the whole campus is covered in security cameras. I walked it myself. I located them all myself. There's many, many angles of security cameras that are right on him. Not a single face shot. 0 clear images of his face, including in the Chick-fil-A where he was allegedly eating food, which, by definition sort of has your face a little bit more exposed.
To convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew.
Not to mention, I've made this point before. At the register, when you're ordering food at a restaurant like that, at a Chick-fil-A, there is almost 100% of the time a camera directly in front of you, over top of the cashier, facing the cash register so that no one steals from the cash register. Seems pretty likely they would have that at a location on a college campus where they're selling this food. And it seems very likely to me that it would be pretty hard for Tyler Robbins' face to not point directly at that camera at some point during that interaction. But what do I know?
What would take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a good,
I don't disagree
just
with that.
a
We
good,
heard the
hang on,
details.
just a,
No, what it would take for you, Andrew, is to be smart enough to even conceive of how a patsy works and what a patsy is and how cases and evidence in journalism is done. Because if you actually understood conspiracy theories and the history of these things, like JFK, for example, you wouldn't have made half these arguments. You wouldn't be that dumb, in my opinion.
good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think that's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence. So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the
Yeah, and no one's losing their mind about that. No one's out here having a moral crusade about flat earthers. No one cares. No one cares about Q. No one cares about like these are all just people out there on the internet that just do their thing. And if you don't agree with them, you probably don't even have them in your algorithm, and no one ever thinks about them. There's no crusade. There's no media campaign. No one's paying $300,000 to debate a flat earther because it's so evil and dangerous to science to prove him wrong. No one cares. Doesn't matter. Conspiracy theorists that want to go into Tartaria and Lemuria and space lasers and like the Rothschilds and all these other things, and true or not, whatever they are, is like no one fucking cares. Do your thing. Have fun. Does not matter. But Andrew Wilson cares. If you insult Erica Kirk, oh my God.
zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas.
And yeah, flooding the zone is fucking annoying, and it is not good. It's horrible for the information space, for our brains, for our public discourse and dialogue. Andrew Wilson is currently on the team that is flooding the zone. It's fucking annoying, but there's nothing to be done about it. You can't restrict flooding the zone without restricting freedom of speech. It's just a trap of a free society with freedom of speech, and especially with the internet.
Go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
And the question is, why does Andrew care so much about these claims? What? You'd think he would care more about like trad and feminist and I guess maybe the perspective for him is that he's so like fight the left that he's really dedicated to the idea that this is leftist violence because you need to combat. Like, I could see that. Yeah, I'll give him that.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an
ad break, and then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case and Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break, and we'll be back soon.
So that is the totality of Andrew's side of the story. That's all the explanation of his position you're going to get. I hope it was enough to convince you that he's right. Because now he's going to try to take on Candace, and it's not going to go very well. This is going to be a really long video, guys. Oh, man. This is why we're going to put out the short version later. But I figured I've put all the effort in to get all my shit out and set up a little studio here in this Airbnb. Might as well just react to all of it. Because I didn't want to cherry pick things. I didn't want to cherry pick singular clips, though it's perfectly reasonable to do to make a YouTube video about it. It just felt like there's just so much in all of it, and all these little details and the amalgamation of all of it added up. I just wanted to make a full, complete response. So think of it like a live stream, because basically it's a live stream. It's not live. And the breaks I have to take, we're cutting those out. But all the, like, we're not going to do any editing of like my actual words during this whole thing. We're just going to basically smosh it all together and put the whole thing out. And then we'll edit the short version that's much more concise for sharing and for normal people that don't want to watch like a 5-hour, like semi live stream. So anyways, let's get through their ad break. I'm going to skip their ads and we'll just keep working through this.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded,
you'll see that this is all lies.
If they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the
We're about to get into the clip farming
questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing. I just want to ask you some
but
questions.
you literally said that I want to be able to question
This is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a
okay,
meta
so now
debate.
we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word.
So this is just my opinion looking in from the outside. I think what Candace is doing here is trying to carefully just sort of like lay down the reminder line of A, I have sources I cannot disclose and will not discuss, so don't ask those questions. And B, there's certain legal areas where I'm not going to go there, legally speaking, because I don't want to entrap myself or get into legal trouble or divulge anything that's like relative to others. So basically, I think she's sort of being like, trying to kind of remind him of like, and you can ask any question you want, but if you're trying to like legally depose me and expect me to answer anything you want, go fuck yourself, because I'm not an idiot. I think that's kind of what she's doing here.
That you're saying, but this is what you're doing, right? So this part to me feels like a bit.
Am I allowed to ask the questions?
She's also pointing out what he's about to
ask
do.
questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking.
Yeah, I know, but I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join
I'm not
the
deposing you.
defense team.
This
But you're like,
this is a legitimate
can you
part.
answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask.
I know.
To answer
And if you have issues with it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's away from the evidence.
You actually, yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certain.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the
So this is him trying to milk a gotcha that he used to have, but doesn't have anymore because Candace already admitted that she got this wrong and corrected it. So he's trying to like make it a gotcha, even though Candace has already corrected it.
I've said Prince.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certain.
And just like she was just saying, he's trying to get her to say the words exactly how he wants. And Candace is like, fuck you. I can say the answer however I want, however represents my feelings.
You can say that for certainty.
If your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
I am just telling you.
Yes or no, we're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is inclined to your.
Saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials.
He thought this part was going to go very differently than it goes.
In government. That's what I was told. And I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best?
He thought, oh, this is such a wild claim with no evidence that I'm going to get a gotcha on you.
Piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who was high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government.
Didn't think this one through very hard because, yeah, it's a wild claim. And who knows if it's true or not? Who knows if she was misled about her source or by her source, or who knows if the source was misled, or who knows, right? But her defense is so fucking easy. The moment that she just stands by it and is like, hey, I'm a journalist, I had a source, they told me a thing, they're credible, I checked them out, and she can't talk about it anyways, obviously, because she can't give away the source, gave it to the U.S. government. It's like, it just made Andrew look really bad because it's just a really easy explanation, and she stood by it, and I mean, she nailed it. Whoops.
I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information. But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people.
She's a journalist. Getting told by a source with credentials that you can verify information that the source would know based upon their credentials, or to even just getting told anything by any source, that is evidence. That is positive evidence. It might not be positive evidence that she can tell Andrew Wilson who the source is, but it's still positive evidence. And that's how a huge number of journalistic stories get published. The evidence is very often anonymous sources that you're not going to know who they are.
That's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure. I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I am clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything.
I'm not trying to trap you. Okay, Andrew, then what the fuck does the French Foreign Legion have to do with anything? That question had nothing to do with the Tyler Robinson trial. Nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, really. Nothing to do with any of it. It was very obviously a question of you just trying to trap Candace in a claim that you thought that she couldn't back up.
Thing that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me?
We can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and again, I already explained this.
Positive evidence has nothing to do with it. It's irrelevant. 9/11, I don't have any positive evidence of who did it. The evidence I have is that 19 Muslim terrorists that don't know their ass from their face can't rig 3 skyscrapers in New York City with explosives to controlled demolition them. It's not possible. And so the negative of the possibility of the mainstream narrative being true and plausible in any sense of the word indicates, by definition, the rest of the conspiracy and the shape of it. You can't tell everything about it, but you don't need positive evidence to disprove the mainstream theory and to establish that this is definitely something else going on. Positive evidence not required to disprove Andrew's theory and arrive at the narrative that it must be a patsy, because patsy's the only explanation in the absence of Andrew's theory working, and Andrew's theory doesn't work.
Top of the show, but the reason why
he's harping on positive evidence is because state actors are extremely good at obscuring their hand in assassinations and other clandestine operations. Just look at the Jeffrey Epstein case. Blown wide open, investigated for years, the whole world looking at it, paper trail everywhere, just loose ends all over, victims testifying, just like a million loose ends in every fucking direction. And the amount of time it took to credibly establish in the mainstream conversation that he was an operative for Israel, it took forever, because it's just like they don't just leave their fucking shit around. They don't just blow the case on themselves. The whole point of clandestine state actor backed operations is to obscure the state actor at all costs. And the operations are designed that way from the very beginning. And they're quite good at it, usually. But that being said, the moment of action with something like this is incredibly complicated. And if anything goes wrong, as things tend to do, usually a lot of human error gets baked in. Sometimes the conspirators suck at their jobs, and often things just bad luck. Things go wrong. And so then stuff that happens right at the event, after the event, the immediate reactions of people, the immediate responses, the immediate reporting, all of that is usually your best slice to look at of like, is this a conspiracy? Because that's where things are the most chaotic and the narrative is the least prepared. Because if, for example, it was a shape charge and they wanted it to look like a chest shot, but then accidentally a fragment or a turning of the charge caused this wound on his neck to occur, and suddenly the entire story has to pivot from chest gunshot to neck gunshot, and everything becomes a scramble at that point to destroy evidence, to alter the scene, to kind of steer the event, because like you're fucked and you got to respond to that right away. So usually conspiracies are given away by sort of like little details that were missed in the chaos of trying to cover everything up effectively right when it happened, and any mistakes or incompetence that accidentally F things up. So that being said, when you're looking at the evidence and you start to see these kinds of inconsistencies, usually you want to trace it back towards more and more earlier and earlier in the timeline, because that's when we get less and less sort of prepared narrative construction. The other thing that sometimes happens is that in the course of an investigation, something unexpected gets uncovered that requires the entire cover-up to shift. This happened with JFK when the Zapruder film came out, and suddenly everyone can see that the head moves in the wrong direction for the gunshot. This happened in the Charlie Kirk investigation kind of on a number of occasions. Like, for example, when the whole TPUSA sphere, the whole shill crowd was all just hammering, like Charlie Kirk never wavered on Israel. He was Israel's best friend. And then Candace Owens releases the text messages directly from Charlie saying he was going to leave the pro-Israel cause. Oh, fuck. The whole cover up, their whole plan has to shift. And it's in those shifts and in those kind of disorganized times when you're most likely going to spot the evidence of a conspiracy.
People find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And instead, we have the argument that just like quickly and easily, Israel, through their Zionist donors meaning the billionaires and multi-millionaires that devote their lives and funding to building Israel, paying Israel, sending money to Israel. Those are the people that built TPUSA. This is the Zionist donors. There's a couple of the donors that are not Zionist, but a huge portion of them were Zionists, and they contributed tens, hundreds of millions of dollars over the years to build this organization. And it was a Zionist organization through and through. And it became more and more Zionist the more money they poured in and the more they grew it and the more they kind of like pushed Charlie into his own little corner and kept him separated from all the other business operations that were going on around there. And Charlie starts using their Zionist organization, which to the public, it's his, but to the private, it's theirs. It's not Charlie's to the money. To them, it's theirs. And they built it with their money. And they're not fucking giving up this investment. To Israel, having the largest Republican youth outreach political organization in America under their control as a Zionist entity is one of the most valuable political tools you could ever have. Money could not buy that. That requires years and years and years of finding this miraculous man named Charlie Kirk that can actually build it, that actually has the zeal and the life and the capability and the brain and the cult following and the luck and just all the things that come into play to build that asset. That is an invaluable asset. That is the kind of asset that intelligence agencies dream about. They scheme about those for decades. They attempt to build those always. That's the holy grail of intelligence agencies, is having a political organization that targets the youth in your target country. Holy shit. That is gold. And Israel built it here in the USA, called Turning Point USA. And Charlie was the face, and the public thought of it as Charlie's, but the donors did not. But there's a problem there, because then when Charlie Kirk starts questioning the Israel narrative and starts asking if there was a stand down order on October 7th, all these questions, starts saying that they're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza, starts to not like Bibi at all, starts to speak out about the war in Iran big time. This man is going to be president one day, and he's speaking out against your next war, and he has the entire conservative movement wrapped around his finger, especially the young people. Yeah. Then he starts taking your Zionist asset, TPUSA, and inviting Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith to mop the floor with the Zionist perspective by just speaking the truth on that stage that you paid to build your multi-million, your $300 million, whatever, organization. Charlie Kirk has taken that organization and turning it into a Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, and Candace Owens organization. Do you fucking think that Israel is going to let their most valuable intelligence agency asset, their most valuable political piece of subversion in America in probably 30 or 40 years, just slide away down Charlie's personal feelings about whatever the fuck he thinks he's about to do with that stage? No, not a chance. And so when Charlie starts exiting from that, regardless of whatever money was going on, other crimes going on, Charlie discovering something he wasn't supposed to know about, any of that, aside from all that, his influence, his future presidency, his strong opposition to the war in Iran, and his dramatically shifting opinion on Israel and Jews. Yeah, that's Israel needs the war with Iran right now. And they do not need Charlie Kirk using their Zionist organization to fuck that plan up. And it's, from my estimation, entirely likely that Turning Point would be currently filled with debates over whether the war in Iran is just and right or not. And I suspect that, the Dave Smiths and Tuckers of this world would be wiping the floor with their opposition right now, because there's no argument for this war in Iran. There's no argument for us winning it. We're fucked. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible situation for America. And TPUSA would have been the stage where that conversation was happening. But instead, Charlie's gone. It's back to Shabbat's Shaloms. It's back to Zionists everywhere. Every single page shill is a Zionist, and they just push out everybody else. And the Christianity is a very, very milquetoast, very watered down, very Zionist. And it's pretty obvious if you have any political awareness of America right now. Side tangent, but yeah.
There was the rabbit. I mean, not even that. Everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel is involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students.
No, I mean, the most relevant one is that Harrison Smith made the claim that someone very close to Charlie Kirk directly told him that Charlie said he was worried Israel would kill him if he turned on them. That's just the first piece. It's not particularly strong because it's third hand, but there's evidence right there.
And they were Israeli.
Although it is interesting that it was posted a month before Charlie was killed. Right around that critical period where all the tension was building, and it was probably starting to be decided that Charlie had to go.
Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive evidence would be material evidence and other evidences.
What we've said is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way
Again, you don't need positive evidence to arrive at that being the most likely theory. All you need is negative evidence for Tyler Robinson, and then you realize that, oh yeah, we are talking about a political assassination of one of the higher profile political figures in America right now. This political assassination is literally on the level of JFK. And if you just look at history does not lend credibility to the belief that that would be carried out by a lone gunman. No, never. Almost every single example in history is lone gunman that's actually just a fucking patsy for a CIA operation or something of that sort, or, you know, in whatever country you're in. For example, who was it? It was Yitzhak Rabin that Israel murdered, but it was totally just like some really angry settler. They're totally on his own, right? Was it Rabin or was it Shamir? I forget which Israeli prime minister, which is kind of embarrassing. It's been a minute since I looked into that one. Yeah, you don't need positive evidence to get to Israel being the most likely candidate. All you need to do is realize that, oh, this is a super high profile political assassination, and they're presenting it as a lone gunman, but the evidence doesn't line up. Negative evidence for all that. That's fucking bullshit. So what are the other possible explanations? Well, when you get a high level political assassination, it turns out Israel is by far the most prolific political assassinator in the world. They do more assassination than fucking everybody else combined. Usually their political assassinations are in the Middle East, targeting brown people that they hate, but that does not preclude them from going abroad and, you know, taking out some particularly important targets in other places too. And there's tons of historical precedent for that. It is built into their doctrine. Like the Mossad was basically founded on that core principle, and it was very early built into how Israel functions because they realize that they're so small and they're up against all these Arab armies that they need to develop a targeted killing program that takes out all the most important points of this network of Arab armies rather than trying to fight them with brute manpower. And that has been how the Mossad and the Israeli military structure has worked from the beginning. And they are not shy about talking about it. They're very proud about it. You can read the book Rise and Kill First by Ronan Bergman, I think is his name, if you want to know more. So actually, no, the moment that you get to the fact that this does not look very credible, and I doubt that this Tyler Robinson thing is checking out based on the evidence I've got, you immediately turn around and say, so who else could it be? And Israel's at the top of the list, obviously. I mean, you could make an argument that elements of Trump's CIA American deep state government are high on that list as like a, you know, little breakaway clandestine thing in our intelligence apparatus. Could be. But it'd be a lot easier to get Israelis to go along with such a plan than Americans. It just makes it, there's a lot more. I mean, Israel is the most logical choice. Sorry. It is. TPUSA was theirs. They're not giving it up. But there's also positive evidence, not a lot of it, but there is positive evidence.
They tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. Yeah. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that
this might be the
Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
They have the clip. They can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
I think this is the super long pause that gets super awkward and drawn out. No, okay. That's later.
My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. Okay. I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that France.
Yeah. So semantically, it doesn't line up. Andrew Wilson was trying to claim that she said something that's not what that says. Involved. Yeah, sure. And she stands by that. It's kind of funny. We're getting closer and closer to where the clippers in the back are driving Andrew Wilson's brain because his brain is running out of steam.
And Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that clip is from like 6 months ago. It's like completely irrelevant. Her knowledge of the case, her perspective on the case, all the evidence in the case, it's all completely transformed by now. It's not the same world. She's not the same person. The evidence is not the same. It's just transparently ridiculous to try to pretend to clip farm some 6-month-old thing and say like, so you must believe that today, defend it. fortunately, she's careful about what she does, and she tends to put out things that age well. And so she feels confident defending it. But it's just kind of an absurd premise that a 6-month-old clip is the most effective way to interrogate Candace's position today and what she believes about the case today.
This would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But you don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are.
That's a
involved.
claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think,
to ask you about your claim,
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think.
Yeah,
And
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
"Do you
but
have
you're making a
positive evidence?"
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I
Yes.
agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So-
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Okay,
Candace
but
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if
But
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with
evidence.
I think.
What we're disputing is whether or not Andrew Wilson does think. And we're still out. The jury is still out. We're working on it.
Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
but if
Whoa, what a gotcha.
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work.
This is such a. Sometimes when you're in the moment and you try to come up with an example, you come up with a bad example. Sometimes you just come up with an example that's just kind of like, that was kind of weak. And while you're in the middle of the example, you're like, fuck, I'm trapped in a kind of weak ass example. And normally in conversation, it's not a big deal because you just be like, that's a bad example. And you come up with a better one because you're just talking to your friends. But when you're on camera, it can be kind of awkward to like accidentally start riffing on a really stupid example. Yeah.
Right, with full confidence. I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just gonna
confidence.
tell you something.
No, let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me.
I don't think she says this. I wish she had. So, Andrew, your evidence that you were going to be late for work is because of the fact that you're this far away and you knew it was that far away, and so you think blank. Cool, Andrew. My evidence for the fact that I think that Israel and France are involved is that an extremely high-level person in the French government came and told me. It would be like saying, I believe that Tucker Carlson likes hunting. And my evidence for that, aside from the rest of the internet, is that he told me. But where's your positive evidence that Tucker Carlson likes hunting? I need positive evidence. He told me. What? What?
Walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100%
It's
pertinent.
not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well, and so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do
wanna
is
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think
specifically
that
why
this
you
is
think
all
that.
done. I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved?
I've made a lot of sort of like, not criticisms of Candace so far, but just like places where if she'd had, time to think or time to do it over, or like if like that maybe I would do it a little differently, or just with my time I've had to think, I'll add more. But this is actually a criticism of, I think she missed this one. And it's not a big deal, but I think in the moment she said no, because she was kind of on this train of thought of like, Andrew, I don't need to do fuck all. Like I don't care. I can think, do whatever, which is totally hilarious and a great way to be there. But I think she accidentally brought that mindset to this answer of, do you think that all of your fans want to see your positive evidence? And she just kind of said no and started rolling into it without really thinking for a second. And she had a great opportunity to be like, yeah, that's why they watch my show where I give all the evidence, and you should watch it sometime because then maybe you know more about the case. Because she's presented all kinds of positive evidence. And that's why her fans like her. And that's why they watch her show. And that's why they all know about the case. Is because she's presented all this fucking positive evidence all over her show. So she unfortunately missed this one. But
in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like,
cool.
Here's why I think.
Cool. Yeah. So she saved it. She brought it back with the best line ever. Cool. I'm wrong. I stand corrected, Candace. Fair play. So she said no first, but then he interrupted and gave her time to think. And then she came with the banger. Bam. That's why they watch my podcast.
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example,
And let's just remind ourselves, ultimately, viewership is not everything. Popularity does not mean truth. No, it does not. But, important but, the fact that Candace Owens has the most watched podcast in the world right now, the fact that so many people are tuned into this case and follow her for this case, is not unrelated to the fact that she's the one asking the questions, sharing the answers, and genuinely looking for the truth. That's why everyone's watching her. If she was doing what Andrew Wilson does every day, no one would follow her. If she was running a Gary Melton type of show, Paramount Tactical, and she was like trying to construct narratives and like lie and like just whatever he does, no one would watch her. The size of her platform, the reason why someone feels the need to pay lots of money to come and try to take her down all the time, the reason why everyone's trying to attack her, and there's all these propaganda campaigns to try to take Candace down, all of that is because people believe her, because she's credible, because she's honest, because she's genuinely invested, because she loves Charlie and she cares and she's here for the truth. And we all know that. Everyone knows that. And that is why she's threatening. She doesn't have this audience because she's lying and grifting, obviously. Go look at the Liars and Grifters channel. See how many followers they have. It's not a lot. So there is sort of this like fact, this underlying truth baked into the cake that the reason why they're scared of Candace Owens and they want to attack her, the reason why she has such a big audience, the reason why they need to like kind of make all these like gotchas is because people watch her because she's good and because she's honest and because she's the best on the internet right now for it. And that's also why they don't watch this whole universe of shill slop. It really is that simple. The internet votes with their time. We all vote with our attention. And an awful lot of people vote that Candace is onto something. And if you presented a good enough case, they would vote that you're onto something and they would watch your show. That's actually why this is not a topic that's worth debating. It's not a good topic to debate because it's so important. The evidence is so complex and so vast, and there's so much of it to connect together that a debate is just the wrong format. Video is the right format for this. That's why Baron Coleman does all of these episodes where he can,
someone on the other side agrees with me.
Do a long form discussion and put evidence on the screen. And walk through that evidence carefully and slowly and in context and build a story. And if Barron gets something wrong, then his detractors, maybe Paramount Tactical, whoever, or even me, if he gets something wrong, can then take his video and make a video about his video and pick it apart and have a long form discussion. Way more effective way to do this kind of thing. And in the past, I've done this to people like Nick Fuentes at specific times where you can just take someone's video that they put out if they act like a dumbass and you can just tear them apart. You can just take their video and clip their statements one by one and just debunk it with evidence on screen and fuck them up. It's not hard to do. And it's actually a lot easier to do than just debating them. And if Andrew Wilson really just wanted to prove Candace Owens wrong or really just wanted to debate me like he said he did, that would have been a way more effective way to do it. Because he could have, carefully constructed his arguments and thought it through and fact checked himself and not, missed all 7 of the charges that he doesn't know what they are. But he wanted to debate in person, so here we are in person, and it ain't going so well.
You're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high-ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course. But
So there's good reason to doubt this.
Though, if I then took it to the federal government, like you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government, you get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it.
Yeah, I mean, here she's got him on the back foot and it's not good for me. It gets worse.
Trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent
You're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted
just
to say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it, but I would like for you to
Let's
actually
just listen
focus
to
on
the
it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty, I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure.
That was the moment where Andrew Wilson started to truly lose this debate, because that's the moment where Candace Owens started to tell him his own strategy, which is not flattering for the audience to hear, and then to dictate his own pace and to say, you're here to clip farm. You're a bad actor. I'm here for it. Whatever. Let's go. Play your next clip. And Andrew Wilson did not dispute any of that. that was implied there. He just said, okay, yeah, sure. Let's go to the next clip. Like you say, you dictate it here. And it gets worse. It just gets worse and worse and worse. The dog walking has commenced, but it is not over by any means.
They can pull up whatever,
whatever it is that you guys have prepared.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think,
and you have no evidence for it.
It's worth noting that there he tried to say, yeah, they can pull up whatever clips they want, trying to pretend like they weren't already prepared clips, even though Candace just said directly, like, I think you've got a bunch of prepared clips and you're going to show them all. So just like, get to the next one. And he's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe. And then he tried to kind of be like, yeah, it's like they pull up whatever they want. But it becomes more and more obvious as the time goes on that they are completely prepared because they start pulling up clips that have nothing to do with what Andrew was talking about. And he doesn't know what they are until the clip comes on screen. And then he's like, oh yeah, this is my talking point for this one. He doesn't literally say that, but
at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it.
that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill that France?
That line will go down in infamy in the world. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. So good. Yeah.
Kill Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
And it's just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office.
Here's a little portion where Patrick Bet David jumps in and starts doing a far better job of asking questions than Andrew Wilson ever was. And then after a moment, they kind of realize that, oh, fuck, whoops. Here's the debate back, Andrew. Because Andrew just like sits and lets it happen.
Yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information. Sure. And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like, maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey,
email.
I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information. Yeah. That the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, I mean, I have a lot of information, but
well,
like,
you didn't give specifics who it was
A
from.
lot of
first
people
email
have been,
they would like,
honing in on Andrew's foot.
100. Yes.
Comfortable giving 100% who it is.
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask the
possible.
question, if whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
Yes.
because so if they
And right away in Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual.
So it's interesting to me in these wide shots where we see Andrew's facial expressions that he's watching this happen and he's not interjecting with anything. He's not trying to get back in control of the conversation, the flow and the timing. He's not trying to kind of take the questioning back over from PBD. He seems kind of happy to let PBD take over for him so he doesn't have to do anything because, I mean, he seems like he's kind of like on autopilot, and it gets worse and worse and worse from here on out. I'm obviously projecting my perception onto it, but watch it keep happening and you tell me I'm wrong.
Obviously, you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's most
Two
often
totally different claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source.
probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPS
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like,
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if it wouldn't you?
This is a topic of discussion that Andrew does not want to be wasting his time on at all. And he doesn't need to. He could easily be like, actually, I want to do a different line of questioning. This is my time. I want to reclaim it. Nope. He's just kind of floating in the water here. He's getting baited. He's getting cucked.
If you were in that department, wouldn't you want to? Even you assign it to one of your.
There's no
guys
guarantee
today.
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they? They didn't come get
She didn't give it
the
to-
information, more of the information. 'Cause it was a
And
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing
them
to do
the
with
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No, I'm
I found
asking,
that-
did you send them the
especially
source
because
of
this
the
was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask you
the
a question and
executive
then I'll get
office,
to you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so the follow up to that is the following:
Mhm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those are
Israel.
Two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And I
that
think
followed you.
then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Remember, Andrew Wilson is still in the cuck chair right now. And Patrick Bet David is just taking over the questioning. And we've gotten way more interesting questions and way more ground covered just in the last 2 minutes than like the last hour.
They did, but
Let
what
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
And then Andrew tries to get out of the cuck chair, and PVD just puts him back in it real quick. I mean, I'm kind of making fun of him and overplaying it, but it's kind of funny.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that's going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were
Candidly, so to speak, one of the reasons why I've had so much confidence in Candace from the beginning of this case is because early on, not super early on, but in some of the months after Charlie had died, I visited her at one point briefly and just got to talk to her for like, I don't know, like 30 minutes to catch up. I think I was passing through. I kind of forget the circumstances. And it was really just a friendly visit. I wasn't like doing any work. There was no really reason for me to be there. I just like wanted to check in and say hi and see how her and her team and family were doing. And we did inevitably discuss a fair bit of just like what was going on right then. And because we were not on camera and we're friends, I got to hear her just kind of like rapid fire unload on what she knew and what was going on and who she was talking to and what her sources were and sort of where her brain was at that day on that investigation. And it made it so fucking clear just how deep into this investigation she is and how many sources she's surrounded by and just like how much there is when you try to walk into her knowledge base on this case and talk about what's going on. Is like the number of law enforcement people that are talking to her, the number of people in Turning Point that are talking to her, the number of incoming and I'm not talking about a tip box. I'm talking about like actual established sources that she has vetted. And getting to hear her walk through that thought process and kind of divulge a little bit more candidly than she can on camera usually. I was kind of blown away. I was like, damn. And it was kind of, I think it was probably around the time where I was kind of like, you know what, Candace, you've got this. I don't want to like make my whole channel Charlie Kirk. I don't want to do Charlie Kirk every day, all day. You've got this. I'm going to kind of branch out a little bit and keep tabs from a distance. I'm going to go do my thing because it was just so apparent how much she got this. As you know, is made plain by all these different
basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
details she's running through.
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well, the thing is funny.
CNN allowed to have sources.
Hang on, I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources
This is the most retarded like debate tactic argument ever.
claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what
We already explained this. You can do that, Andrew. You can lie. You can say that you have sources that you don't have. That's fine. You'll get caught someday. Your credibility will tank more than it already has. And then no one gives a fuck what your sources are because they don't trust you. That's the thing. Sources are just about trust. And you ain't got a whole lot of it right now. So maybe you just don't really understand how it works. Or maybe it's because you're not a journalist. You're a blood sport debater. So let the journalist tell you how sources work and just take a word for it because you look like an idiot.
probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that.
Which is a crazy claim to make before the evidence started to come out. If you weren't carefully paying attention to Charlie Kirk speaking and like putting together all these like disparate little comments he was saying on different podcasts and stuff, no one would have come out into the public square and been like, yeah, Charlie Kirk was turning on Israel hard. That would be an extremely risky claim to make, to pretend like I feel confident about that without having any like new evidence. So Candace coming out and making that claim was pretty strong at the time, but it was because she had evidence. And everybody tried to pretend like she didn't.
Then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing a lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that,
Andrew, it doesn't matter what you think. You don't understand it. You're not a journalist. That's why everyone watches her. And the number of followers on her account is the evidence that you're wrong and you don't know what you're talking about.
all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? I just like...
That's a not a sentence. That doesn't... Okay, cool. Nice buzzword. Nice buzzword, bro. I mean, realistically, it doesn't really matter. No, Candace is under no obligation to answer your questions. Doesn't matter. The only obligation she has to that is to her fans. If they want her to answer the questions, she has to answer them or lose the fans. If the fans don't care or they don't want her to answer the questions, she actually has no obligation to whatsoever. Sorry, Andrew.
Well, I mean, aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station?
No, just like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that
Yeah, most of them don't answer. Almost all of them shut up and run. Almost all of them pretend that they didn't hear her ask the question because it's pretty awkward. We're still waiting on those videos, Erica. We're still waiting on that Doge style audit. We're still waiting on all kinds of stuff that she's asked for that they don't respond to, but she still puts the question out. And you're in the same boat. You can ask her all the questions in the world that you want. She has no obligation to respond whatsoever. But when your dumbass comes out here with $300,000 ready to serve yourself up on a silver platter for her, she is, business savvy enough to accept and offer the beatdown.
you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's why Andrew Cole that should be in the chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking.
Honestly, she doesn't exactly. No, I don't think Candace feels like she's owed answers. Maybe a little bit, because like we're talking about a dead man and they represent his company and they're acting weird. So maybe in some regards, but it's more just that she says this often when she asks these questions. It's more that it would just be smart for them to tell her. It would be a good PR move. If they're not lying, if there's nothing to hide, they're doing horrible PR right now. And it would be so much better if they just came out with everything and tried to help. That's the main thrust of the argument, is you're dumb for not answering these questions. Just like Andrew Wilson was dumb for coming here without having read any of the court filings or studied any of the actual evidence to have any informed opinions.
About Andrew Cole, that his position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing's funny is
people act like I'm ground zero. I think I'm ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could.
Let's remember too, Candace avoided any going at TPUSA and Erica for months. And a lot of her fans hated her for it. A lot of us were like, what's going on, Candace? A lot of people were way more in on TPUSA and Erica Kirk for months. And Candace did not touch it for a long time.
Done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing though that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowge of, or
this is the second time asking
murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my
all of the shills tried to pretend that this was some gotcha. That's not a gotcha. To avoid getting sued by this, front organization for the Zionist lobby that has threatened to sue already, that has already sent out legal letters, cease and desists. That's duh. This question was clocked from like 2 weeks ago, that this was actually his goal, was that TPUSA was actually just sending people in to try to get people, prominent podcasters, especially Candace, to, say something legally not good in the heat of a debate. I don't know if that's actually Andrew's goal right now, but it kind of looks like it. And certainly this question was clocked for quite some time as being kind of the main thrust of what's probably coming at her.
Podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all.
So she quickly thinks of a
at this space
legally safe way to save the
What does that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do?
We all know what that means, Andrew. You're just not smart enough and you didn't get the answer you wanted. You want to try to, get her to say it the right way. Good luck.
Think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm...
You can see it in his face, his tone of voice. It's starting to get a little less poised.
Not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is...
$100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year, if that's something you want to factor.
But what was
Your team wants to play video.
That number doesn't cut it. 100 million plus per year of revenue from TPUSA. That is not even approaching the value to the Zionist cause. It is incalculable. If you think about the Epstein network being Israel's asset, loosely speaking, there's no amount of money that you could pay to set that back up. That is one moment in time with one specific, central person that was capable of building it. That is like, you can't rebuild that. You cannot replace it. These things are singular and they are, I mean, I already went in on this for a long time. These intelligence agency operations that build these organizations and companies and networks and criminal rings and stuff, those are just, there's no dollar value on that. It is irreplaceable. Way more than $100 million of value to Israel and their cause, to be clear.
If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe. Your team wants to play video.
And here's where his team starts interrupting him with videos.
If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said
he's always very happy to just
complicit.
talk about what he's talking about and just watch it.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found.
And this is the face of a man who is finding out what he's going to be talking about next, I think, my opinion. And this is the look of a woman that is starting to get bored.
So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his...
She'd be complicit in being the dumbest fucking wife on planet Earth. She'd be complicit in like, oh my God, I wish I hadn't married her. If my wife someday, if I get offed in some weird way like this, if I get off in any way, if I die of natural causes and my future wife is not in any way suspicious, not looking into anything, if my wife is just like, I believe whatever the police say happened, I am crawling out of my grave and walking back up to her front door to serve her divorce papers. Dumb. Okay? Charlie deserved a wife that was a little more aware of how the world works than those actions portray. But again, they tried to do the gotcha on Candace, and she just said it's impossible not to believe that Erica's involved, and it's true. Straight up to the text message that he tried to share at the beginning that directly contradicted what Erica said very definitively about Charlie's text messages in the days before he was murdered. Directly flipping his stance on all sorts of things in TPUSA. Undoing the Doge audit. No more audits, no need. Flipping back to Zionism all the way. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home.
I didn't take implicit in death. You added those 2 words.
Okay. So what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence.
Okay, well, tell me.
So
What does that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't.
And there's another element that she doesn't quite like say out loud, I don't think. She keeps saying sort of complicit in trying to sow this narrative of Tyler Robinson's guilt. But implicit in that is if you're trying to sow the narrative of Tyler Robinson's guilt without being certain of it, especially when you're the wife who should be the most motivated to be certain of it, you are actively participating in the cover-up. And if you have any evidence to suggest that you should be questioning it and you still try to sow that narrative of his guilt, then you are very much complicit in the cover-up. And being complicit in the cover-up is not all that different than being complicit in the crime, because you're helping out the same people to achieve the same ends. And then we have to start to wonder, why? Is it really because you're just dumb and naive and have no idea how the world works and are just getting led along and you're innocent of all of it? You have no idea what's going on? Or is there more going on? And when you look at Erica's life and lies, people start to feel certain ways about it.
Can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any Erica.
This part's amazing because it really exposes, so much of this exposes the fact that the central planning behind this Andrew operation, which if you trace it back, traces back to the Con Inc. think tanky kind of space that, TPUSA, Daily Wire, the Louder with Crowder crew, these sorts of studios that are totally independent Republican outlets that are not in any way controlled by the deep state in Israel. Totally not just Zionist mouthpieces with a, paint of America on top. People that live in that environment, that do shows in that environment, I don't think that they can genuinely comprehend of someone doing a show the way Candace does her show, where it's actually just organic, authentic thoughts produced by just her for the most, pretty much entirely just her. She does tend to use a teleprompter for any specific details, but she just riffs the entire time. Her teleprompter scripts are basically empty. I've seen them myself. And so her whole show, all of her body of work is truly hers, and she's an expert at it, and she knows it very well. Whereas Brandon Tatum, I don't think he remembers his shows the way that Candace remembers her shows. So it's just kind of interesting how they thought they could gotcha her with her own clips, but she does the research, does the fact checking. She doesn't just spit random shit out. So she stands by what she said and she remembers what she said, and she just can immediately contextualize it and make Andrew look like a retard because he has no idea where that clip is from. He didn't pick it. He didn't pull it. It's not relevant to what he was saying. It's literally just a pre-farmed clip that they already had prepared in the background, and they noticed that Andrew was slowing down and wasn't saying anything intelligent, so they just dropped a new clip in. Is what it looked like.
Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here.
But it actually just gives Candace another opportunity to demonstrate her subject matter expertise and her lived experience in the case, doing real journalism.
Because, I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
In what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? He says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have.
I did too. I thought that she was quietly working behind the scenes to collect evidence. Any woman deserving of Charlie Kirk, they should have been fucking trying to solve the case just like Candace from day one. And I remember back at that exact time, before we knew who Erica was and what was going on here, we had very little info to point to Tyler Robinson. Very, very, very blurry images, trash ass video, and a lot of holes in the story, a lot of weird coincidences. By definitely way more than enough that I would expect my wife to have some fucking questions. Yeah. F- wife material based on her whole handling of the situation.
Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They may
I
arrest.
don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut.
Yeah, good point, Candace. She could have at least been neutral. I'm just saying that I hope that my future wife is like, F this shit. It's a conspiracy. Let's go. And then burns it all to the ground and solves the case. That's what's going to happen when I get assassinated. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm fine.
She's trying to fool the public into this. If she believes
Like,
it,
I also don't have a wife that's
that
based.
Tyler Robinson killed Kirk. If she
Still working
believes
on
that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with their advice. That
Now there's weird ticks coming out. Notice his head twitches.
she's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with their advice. That's what she believes. No, but that's
They get more
Right,
frequent.
but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
Again,
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like
strategy, you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing? You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that
because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. And like, do you see how pathetic that vibe is? Let me try to get it one more time. Because it's like, it's easy to miss it in that context because he's been kind of like building closer and closer and closer to it over time. But when it's juxtaposed against like a normal, calm delivery to camera,
like why?
I'm going to try to,
have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing? You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back.
because we don't like have infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing, and you like don't want to watch. You see how like defensive that is? How like, yeah, like, eh? The poised way to do that, Andrew, would just be like, well, we just don't have all the time in the world, so we clipped them. But we didn't intend to do anything, nefarious about it. So I'm sorry if it feels that way. Plenty of not defensive ways to, respond to that one.
Back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctor in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yeah,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just
was-
complicit in
and
believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting
I was flabbergasted when I found out that Candace was not suspicious of Erica yet. I was like, bro, what? I mean, it's one, I understand that you're not talking about it, but like you're not suspicious of it. It's like, what? And I remember at the time I was looking to Candace for how I should feel about Erica because I knew that Candace would have way more of an inside scoop, some sort of inside. I assumed from day one that Candace and Erica were in comms because that would be the logical thing for Charlie's wife to do. That would be the by far most logical thing for Charlie's wife to do is get in touch with the extremely powerful media figure that is basically built their career on sort of like investigating conspiracies and figuring out what's going on, who cares about Charlie, who wants to make sure we have this right and just make sure we have it right. That would have been an extremely powerful ally for Erica to have had she truly been just like some floundering, lonely widow with no idea what had just happened. And then we found out that Candace had not spoken to her. She had Charlie's phone and she, anyways, you know the rest.
terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I would tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me.
They're wishing this conversation wasn't public right now.
The next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that.
In the
I'm sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization.
And her fans gave her shit for not going hard on her then and going soft. even though I think Candace's strategy was right.
Organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around.
She's currently like 8 months pregnant or something. Let's just remember that.
Week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? Do you think?
Again, Andrew's on the couch right now, just chilling, just waiting, biding his time, counting the minutes until he can get the fuck out of here.
Formed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, I actually don't. I still don't understand what do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah. So when I say.
And goes right back to the say, like, how do you not understand yet?
Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain?
It's not really an ad hominem. It is kind of relevant, right? Like, it's kind of relevant. It's not really an ad hominem. He tweeted that, and it's relevant to talking about Erica Kirk. It's kind of, it's not good faith debate, but it's kind of a banger move.
Explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew?
And he just did it. He just said it. You guys should see the clip of Sneeko's stream. Sneeko was watching live. And live, while this was happening, before Andrew said that, right before Candace says that, and Sneeko just comes up to Mike and says, he's going to say all women are retarded. And then he leans back and Andrew Wilson says, I really just think all women are retarded. And Sneeko was just like, yeah. It was pretty funny. Predictable, man. Very predictable. And you walked right into that one, and it was a bad move. Because if you didn't realize, a huge majority of the people that you're trying to convince of your position here are women.
So
and bonus points. None of them are retarded enough to pay someone $300,000 to get publicly flogged.
And by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded,
notice the head twitches.
Like, for instance,
boom,
you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact,
it really just feels like a nervous tick.
Like Owen Benjamin, he called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no big.
Owen Benjamin called everyone bad names. If Owen Benjamin hasn't called you bad names, it's because he doesn't know who you are, or he actually does not like you. Yeah.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest offender. So do you still think she's
not her biggest offender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
And he's trying to present it as though he's like, no, I still think women are retarded. I don't fuck those fembots. But like, he's also out on his own platform and on Twitter and stuff, trying to like come after Candace by like white knighting as though it's like, it's immoral to say anything bad about Erica Kirk, the widow. She's been through so much and I have such a big heart for her that like, yeah, that's real. You can go find his videos like that are like trying to paint himself as the high moral ground here. But then in the moment, he thinks that all women are retarded.
Sure, there was a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with.
I wonder who gave that recommendation, and I wonder how much cred they just burned with the people that they recommended him to.
Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down with her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement.
Well, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent.
That's what Candace was doing for the first 2 or 3 months. Let me just, audience, do you believe him? Do you think that he just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm having a debate with Candace Owens, nothing to do with you. And I was just wondering if you had any new evidence that no one's ever seen before. And then they were just like, oh yeah, Erica's got this text message that she used to say it didn't exist, but now it does exist and she's just going to give it to you. Have fun with that.
Other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't have the best intentions. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me.
This is the part where he starts hiding more and more into his hand. So just watch it over the next 30 minutes to an hour. It'll come and go, but it'll get right up in there for a little bit of it like this. And it's pretty funny.
Actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD.
The foot is getting crazy now too.
Too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't.
They just don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer your question,
do you have any evidence of that?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think?
A year later, they decided to give it to him to come to her house as a sort of surprise to try to get her. Gotcha. Even though if Charlie Kirk is sending a text message the day before he dies that he's worried that the left is going to kill him, you don't think they would release that before now? You don't think that would, be relevant to the murder that happened the next day? No. Instead, Erica Kirk is going to go on the record on video and say he was not sending anyone messages in the days before he died about anyone killing him. He was not sending those. They don't exist. Stop it.
The public's not smart enough to see through that.
Do you think that if you know
terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
That whole little bit there, all that I'm hearing is what's amazing to me is if you never say anything bad about the administration, they'll invite you to their parties and give you wine and boys, whatever you're into, and maybe drugs, and you'll keep getting invited to the parties and they'll love you and you'll get to keep on coming back to the White House and you'll move up in the world if you just don't say anything bad about the administration ever. It's great. It's called journalism. Right? Benny? That is called access journalism. And I just wonder how much access our boy Andrew actually has behind this smile. Very trustworthy smile I accidentally paused on.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything.
Hang on. Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case?
That was a clever comeback right there.
That there's people you've been critical of. You've met them, you're less critical after you meet them.
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists.
And red pillars.
Okay.
And
against OnlyFans thoughts.
A lot of the actual, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. You just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism.
That's a very logical criticism.
In the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually... No,
You're in the...
Candace, I'm pretty sure she wisely decides not to try to hash that point out because it would be silly for her to try to defend herself there. So I'll defend her there. Candace is yes, Candace is a girl boss. She makes lots of money. She has a successful show. Yeah, that defines as girl boss. But in the actual lifestyle that her and her family run, it doesn't really come across that way very much, honestly. She is very much in her feminine energy, in her she's got her house and her space and her kids, and she's constantly pregnant, and she is This is basically a gossip column. This is a very feminine show. This is just like Candace coming on and gossiping about all the news that she's got and all the sources that she got. And she just happens to be particularly good at making her like journalism feel like how women feel when they're doing gossip. And there's usually these bigger stories and all this stuff going on. She's very good at it. But she's really not that girl bossy. She doesn't run her business at all. She has no idea how much money she makes. She has no idea how the finances work. She has no idea how any of that happens because George manages it all. Because there's this whole other apparatus around her. And she is much more like the little princess in her castle that does all the like mom stuff and has this fun show that she goes and just like, you know, talks on a lot. It's really not, she's not as girl bossy as he tries to make her out to be. Honestly, Rachel Wilson comes across as much more of a girl boss. Holy shit. As in, if you imagine spending the day with Candace Owens or with Rachel Wilson, based on their personalities, who do you think is going to give you more peace and calm and relaxation versus nails on chalkboard? But anyways.
Biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine,
and
right?
Of course, again, to the point being that Erica is abandoning her children to be the CEO of this gigantic fucking company. That's vastly different than the woman that intentionally builds the studio in her own basement so that she can spend her whole day with her kids every day. That's the whatever Andrew says he is his dream, is to not have to go to work, stay home with the kids. And the woman gets to raise the kids and the dad can do all the money stuff and take care of everything. Pretty traditional.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's...
This is how you know that this man does not understand women. It's a distinctly different vibe when like a 40 or 50-year-old something. I have no idea how old Andrew is because he just looks really old. It's a distinctly different vibe when a man that old does not understand women at all, especially when he's married to one. Because it's just like you would think if you'd been paying attention to women instead of just calling them retarded the whole time, you might have picked up on some aspects of their nature and of how they feel about the world and what they think and what they're like and what they care about. And you should probably not try to argue this one, Andrew. You should probably move on.
Legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find something.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No.
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life.
This is why people think she does.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like...
So, to Andrew's credit, in Charlie's mind, Andrew's probably right. I'd bet that if you would ask Charlie, as if you were to ask most men that have children, they would probably say both. And if they're a good dad, they would probably say their kids are their most important legacy. Fucking better. Or they'd be like, my kids, but like my career matters too. And that's how I would feel. If I had kids right now too, my kids would obviously be my full legacy. My family would be 100% the legacy, and I would give this whole career up in a minute if I had to. And then secondary to that, this career is my legacy, and it's fucking cool, and I'm very proud of it, and it will, grow and change with me my whole life. But no, my career, I would never, even with a really cool, meaningful career like this, Lord Almighty, it would not be more important than your children. But that's the male perspective. That's what maybe Charlie might have thought. But we're talking about what Erica would think, what the female would think. And if you think the female is going to prioritize the business over her children, do you think Andrew calls it a sniz because he's like, not like, does Andrew like, what are you doing? You really don't understand it very well, do you? I'm just kind of curious, like, never mind. I don't want to think about it. I definitely don't want to talk about it.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation.
This is such a back foot for him to be on. She's just gotten Andrew to sit in this cuck chair and unfortunately be forced to try to defend the perspective that Erica Kirk was qualified to take over as CEO of that company. From his manosphere, all women are retarded perspective, that is now his job, is to defend that. And he walked right into it.
In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been.
Andrew Wilson is critical of the pro-Zionist positions, just like he's always been, right?
None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't understand how you don't have those criticisms, Andrew. You look like a hypocrite.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's
look
I'm
at
not
that
understanding still how that
Look
would
at
make
this
her
laugh.
complicit.
I don't have
Look at this.
to keep.
Look at that. Oh man.
I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Look at this.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
your team is asking. Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play
This is his team rescuing him.
this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well.
Okay.
So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Carroll then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Carroll's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Carroll so quickly, because I was going, why is Carroll saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Again, this is a really old clip. If Andrew had a competent, command of the facts and the information in the case, he could have just asked her about the exploding microphone theory himself and much more effectively ferreted out what she does believe and doesn't, and had her much more on the spot to make claims and assertions and have to talk through the evidence. Way more effective strategy for Andrew to actually tease these points out himself and then maybe play the clip as the gotcha once she accidentally, stumbles. But then again, that would require you to know anything about the exploding microphone theory and to be able to competently hold your own against Candace about it. So instead, it's a clip.
Do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
I think it was, who was it that pointed this out? I think it was Destiny. I was watching Destiny respond to this because it was just an interesting neutral perspective. I think it was because he was talking about it as a debater. And Destiny is very much a debater, pointing out that Candace is doing a really good job of this debate tactic where when you get the upper hand, as long as you have the upper hand like this, and your opponent starts to use non-information based approaches like semantics and trying to get lost in the weeds of fallacies and debate how debates work and philosophy and all this shit, to just point out what they're doing. Just point out their bro. So you are just totally distracting, changing the topic. You're presenting all these clips that seem to start in the middle of a sentence. It's very effective. The audience immediately resonates with it, and it makes him look like an idiot.
Wait, I didn't prepare the clips, but I didn't.
And the fact that he just said that he didn't prepare the clips, bro, problem. When I prepare a when I prepare one of my shows, I prepare the clips. You know what happens when I don't prepare the clips? I don't know what they are. And so when they come on the screen, my brain is disorganized and I have to have the same expression as Andrew of trying to figure out what the clip is so I can respond to it. And it doesn't work. That's why I do all my own shows. I do all my own prep. I do all my own research, because if someone else is going to prepare it all for me, I can't speak off the top about it. I don't have the thesis we're putting together. I don't know what I'm doing. And so I'm going to look like an idiot. I'm going to look like Brandon Tatum. And there's nothing wrong with your buddies preparing your clips. But if you were the master debater you claim yourself to be, and you were coming in here with full knowledge of what's going on, and you had command of the subject matter, you'd think that you would have known the clips you wanted and you would have picked them. That's just my thought. Maybe I just, am more diligent than you in the way I prepare for things, but that's what I would have done.
But it's fine to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I said at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert.
And the problem is with this strategy of Andrew and his team is that Andrew, they prepare these gotcha clips to try to get her. But the problem is that Andrew does not have a command of the vast amount of information that you got to have in order to be able to debate this woman on her own turf about her own fucking show. And so inherently they play the clip, and Candace only has to say like a sentence and a half to have walked far enough away from the substance of the clip that Andrew no longer knows where they are. And that they are now in uncharted territory where Andrew has no context, and it's her show and her life and her lived experiences. And so he's fucked. He can't say a damn thing because he has no idea where she's at by now. He doesn't know the context of what she's talking about, and it's her life. So good luck being righter than her. So it's kind of funny to watch the whole strategy just backfire so dramatically with the clips.
What we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious.
No, because if you'd picked the clip yourself, you would never have picked the clip, and you wouldn't then give up on it right away because, if it's just hypothetical, then I don't even care about it. It's not even relevant. I'm just asking questions. Then why'd you prepare the clip, Andrew? Oh, wait, you didn't prepare the clip because this is not your debate. This is something else, a whole other thing.
When you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory,
I think John Bray's theory should be explored, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion.
Then I'm not sure you looked into shape charges.
There's literally no explosion.
This part
In
gets
fact,
crazy.
there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away.
So one of the first things that actually got people started talking about the exploding mic theory is the apparent gas that releases out of his shirt in the first few frames of the video. And that got a lot of people going on. And it took a lot of time before people, I was not down with the exploding microphone theory until I had John Bray explaining how shape charges work. And then I started to do more research. And then I was like, oh, that makes sense. But he's going to circle back to the shirt movement and air displacement and stuff, and we'll do more of a detail.
For where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was...
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened on his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
very important piece of context that not enough people are still keyed into and saying clearly and directly. And we're not allowed to show the video anymore, so it's kind of getting lost. Don't know for sure if the video is 60 frames per second or 30 frames per second, because those are the two standard video formats that iPhones will shoot in. But the video, the clearer video, one of the clearest videos of the shot that happens where you see the shirt do this. Sorry, I guess in my camera, it's this side to this is what we see. The movement of his shirt from here down by his microphone up to this position where it very literally, it's like you took a pinch and you grabbed that pinch and you pulled it up by his neck all the way up to here. That happens in 2 frames of the video. Before all this like, boosh, before the blood in the hole appear over here, before any of that, the first thing that happens in that video is like 1 frame, this is going like this. And then like 2nd frame, it's like, and then 3rd frame, this is like already up here. Sorry, 2nd frame, this gets up here. And then 3rd frame, you start to get like the, and you get the gas coming out. And yeah, 2 frames. So what that means, A, that the shirt moved from down here up towards the wound, which we'll talk about in a minute. And secondly, 2 frames is 1/30th of a second, if that is at 1/60th. And if it's filmed in 30 frames per second, then it's 1/15th of a second. That is the longest that it could have taken. 1/15th of a second for the shirt to get from here to all the way up here, moving towards the wound, not away from it. And it happened before the wound appeared and before anything else happened. So just to remind us all what the shirt did.
I'm
That's
not
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So when
He's about to describe it as being that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. Yeah, whatever, bud. Throwing giant rocks into water. Let's do a basic physics lesson, Andrew.
Ready?
Ready? Yeah.
2,
Swing.
oh,
Swing. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
holy fuck.
All right. So this is the ripple, the force ripple moving out through the water. I want you to find the ripple that is moving from the outside inwards towards the center point where the rock hit the water.
Okay.
Where's the ripples coming from the outside inwards, Andrew? Okay. Pretty basic physics that if we're talking air dispersal, which doesn't happen when a bullet flies by, but certainly on impact, there is a force shock wave. And the way that all shock waves works are just like the way that a shock wave in water works when you drop a rock into it. Sometimes the medium is air, sometimes the medium is water, sometimes it's mixed medium of the body and the rest of it all. But shock waves obviously always move outwards from the center point. So if there's a impact up here and there's a shock wave moving out from that, please explain to me how the shirt did this up to the actual, like from down here to the wound in 1/15th of a second at the fastest, before the wound even appeared. That's not how shockwaves work. That's not how air disbursement from the bullet works. If you send a bunch of air at my chest, we all know that my shirt will go whoosh outwards, away from the point of impact. Duh. And this is an easy claim that a lot of people, like a lot of the Andrews of this world, the shills, like to make, because they know that we can't play the video on YouTube anymore. X is the only place where you can play that video. And so inherently, I wind up having to describe it like I just did, rather than showing you the actual video of that shirt just running up there in the exact wrong direction. So, sorry, but physics says no.
Whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
it don't. It doesn't. I'm pretty sure it was Barron that shared a video I don't know where the video is. There was a great video of people testing kind of Mythbuster style of shooting bullets past lots of little things like balloons and like paper standing up and stuff that would be easy to knock over. And like there is basically zero wind along the path of a bullet. On impact, certainly there's a
Question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Most 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
Yeah, it's about 2,000 foot-pounds of energy. Yes. That's what all the AIs calculate. They're probably capable of it. It's a lot.
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6.
One of the more interesting questions to ask the AIs, we'll just ask Brave AI, is how many foot-pounds of energy are required to break human skin? As in the rest of his neck that's containing all of this force that's dumping. Because if the bullet's traveling at, this entry speed, hits his neck, and then stops in his neck, then by definition, all of the force that the bullet carried is now inside of his neck, spreading outwards like a shockwave. So his skin out here is all, and the tissues and flesh and bones is going to have to absorb all of it. This is a thing that has been studied. It takes about 1 to 2 foot-pounds of energy to break through human skin. That 30-06 bullet was traveling, probably carrying about 2,000 foot-pounds of energy that all would have been dumped into his neck. So, yeah. Comparison to skull penetration. This is significantly less than the 33 foot-pounds generally required to penetrate a human skull, highlighting the difference in tissue, density, and structural resistance. And it's obviously not a one-to-one. It's not like if you, I guess maybe it is. Maybe if you fire a bullet at 33 foot-pounds of energy, which is like impossibly slow, you can't fire a bullet that slow, maybe it would penetrate the skull. I don't know. But just, let me zoom in on it for you in case you needed some help there.
Being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go.
Sometimes the calculations go as high as 2,200
upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible.
There's actually, this is an interesting, completely kind of irrelevant debunk. From Mythbusters, of all places. I love Mythbusters. I want to do like a whole episode about Mythbusters someday. They're just funny. But Mythbusters actually tested that idea that if you get shot by a bullet, you like fall backwards or fly backwards. It doesn't actually happen. The energy that enters into a body when it gets hit by a bullet disperses into the body, but it does not like send you flying unless like it's a 50 cal or something like that. They shot their dummies and all sorts of different things with bullets and like clearly demonstrated that like none of these things are like moving backwards. They also shot cowboy hats off of cowboy heads, and the same thing when you like perch a cowboy hat on top of a cowboy head and you shoot through the top of the hat with no head involved, so it just goes through the hat. It just goes through and through. It doesn't like throw the hat anywhere. That's not actually how the terminal ballistics of bullets hitting things works. Dude, check out that hair though, dude. Shit, maybe we should just do the rest of the show like this. So yeah, it was like, I don't know, it was like an hour ago when I did my last break that I realized that we'd made the mistake of committing to basically deciding to make like a 10-hour YouTube video about this whole thing. And that was when I decided that we're just going to make it like it's a live stream that I'm just doing alone right now. And then I'll put it out for all of you as a live stream. That's kind of the vibe we're on. We're just hanging out and chatting. And I know you guys miss the live streams and I miss the live streams, and I'm sorry we can't do them right now. But this is a good substitute for today.
Go through on top of that. So it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Yes.
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position at
Andrew doesn't seem to slow down the videos to see how the clothes move either, because then he would understand that that's not how physics works, and that's a really dumb argument.
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is
That is a bold thing to say about Rob O'Neill, but go ahead.
the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Oh, it was such a good call out, because it's exactly what's happening. It's like, I know Rob O'Neill would agree with me on this one. I'm going to just say some random bullshit about physics. Hey, Andrew, here's some random bullshit about physics. Skin takes 1 to 2 foot-pounds of energy to break. And he just explicitly made the point with that physics garbledy-gook that he said. We'll play it again. He was making the point that when a bullet flies through the air with a bunch of energy, that energy all has to go somewhere. And it goes into whatever it impacts, namely the neck surrounded by the skin that ain't super strong.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you that it doesn't have a choice.
I think you're
and you have mass. I guarantee you this guy's not going to disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere.
Oh, sorry. He was making a different point. The air has to go somewhere. Yeah, no shit, bro.
It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of the way of bullet.
Maybe not at the bottom of a
Not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of the way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
you can fact check it.
Your
Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air. It's
Yeah, Andrew, I fact checked it. Bullets displace air the same way that bullets displace water, rocks displace water, shockwaves move outwards from the point of impact, obviously. And so if the point of impact is here, then there's zero reason in the whole physical world why the shirt would do this, right? That's not how that works. It would hit here and the shockwave would move out from that point. It's not complicated. You look like an idiot.
Where disperse the air? Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and
it's not underneath the shirt.
The shirt.
And yes, it is underneath the shirt. What she's referring to is the gas that you can see come up out from the top of his shirt.
It's up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true. And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert.
Yeah, you kind of do. It's not a lot. It's definitely not what you would expect from an explosion. But again, we pretend like governments and intelligence agencies and organized crime syndicates aren't capable of inventing complex explosive devices, smokeless explosives. You know that bullets used to all smoke like fucking crazy back in the day before they invented the smokeless powder technology that they use in them today, so they don't like black powder does. It's people do innovate, believe it or not. Especially, those one people that like to blow people up.
That I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any
Totally misleading angle. Explosion, he's trying to imply what the layman thinks of an explosion, and a shape charge is vastly different.
quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Carroll's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think
that's totally made up. Why? Who assumed that? You? Not my theory. So it's a funny talking point because no one assumed that, and no one's claiming that they were the same. The explosions from the pagers were vastly different, much larger, and much more just blow everything up. This would be a completely different device with an entirely different mechanism of action and different goal and payload. And who knows? PETN or maybe some other modified situation that doesn't make as much smoke. I have no idea. Not my area of expertise. But I'm not dumb enough to speculate that the Israeli military has run out of creative ways to kill people. That's a losing proposition.
That you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing.
So he's the guy that killed Osama bin Laden, and we'll leave the controversy about that claim at the door.
Particular, it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone.
Here, let's make it
shooting that killed more than a hand.
Let's make it less controversial. He was on the raid that killed Osama bin Laden, at least. Okay, can we agree on that?
Full of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I kill people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem like concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So he
said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a.
You're fucking blind, Andrew. Yeah, at full speed, you can definitely see the shirt moving. You just can't analyze every single movement about it. But it's just so cute how he tries to like come at Rob O'Neill here.
Shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like.
Well, Andrew, you don't know because you've not been in those situations. Neither have I. So the best we can go with is Rob O'Neill's experience in this matter. Would you even?
5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah, that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be explosives. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering.
This little part right here, dude. She dog walks him so hard. Oh my God. Let me just rewind and just watch what little masculinity is left on the right side of the room. Just like, yeah, sure. We can do that.
Yeah, that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be explosives. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5.
She's like, yeah, you're retarded. That's a horrible point. But whatever, your opinion's not a fact. If you want, we can take a break now, and then we can come back and keep answering your stupid questions. How's that sound? And he's like, yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
An ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right,
Okay, we're gonna skip the ad break and keep moving.
What's the nuance that covered a tax 1K or IRA and suddenly got hit with a tax bill that you didn't expect, and even when 10 ends, I have a mental presentation. Fuel.com.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing.
Through this last section, pay attention to Andrew's desire to leave the room. It becomes more and more and more obvious that Andrew is ready to end this fucking debate and get out of there as soon as possible as this goes on. He's already not far. He's already thinking about that closing statement right now. He's like, oh my God, just get through that closing statement and get out of here. And I'm done with this. But it's still a long ways off.
I feel like we got
There's a lot of humiliation between here and there.
So
let's say that.
The two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want
Well,
to
no, this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs'
I'm
DNA
saying
is on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said.
And he's still trying to like drag out like, no, but I wanted to play a gotcha clip. I prepared this gotcha clip. And she's like, yeah, I've already corrected the record on that one. I was wrong. Next. And he's like, but my gotcha clip.
We don't know yet. And I corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not actually.
testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
in the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs.
And basically everybody that's reported on that preliminary hearing got at least 1 or 2 facts objectively wrong from within one or the other portions of especially the DNA and the fingerprints, complex stuff in there. All of the Fed slop shills, either naively or possibly intentionally, totally got things wrong that were very clearly stated in the testimony in there. I got stuff wrong. Candace got stuff wrong. It was very complicated, extremely lengthy. That's the way it goes.
has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica, you can sit down with me, Erica. We can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think that I think Candace will point it out in a minute, but it's like 5 out of the 6 clips they wind up playing are basically trying to defend Erica. She points this out more later, and then on X she pointed it out.
Straight to jail. We're questioning at least Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
The straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and Straight to Jail is Monopoly.
That was the weirdest clip ever. Did a human review this? Was this all clipped by AI with no human review? It ended, and I thought that it was like they accidentally ended it early. Straight to jail? Really? You're going to say straight to jail? Are you retarded?
Term.
Okay.
Like, you know,
so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's not,
Yeah, you know part of the idiom that you can finish the sentence for her because we all know the idiom.
obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually. That would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already sat through. I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Because you know the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever.
You can, but if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been. That's strange, right?
Oh my gosh, the audacity. Oh, Andrew, you should take whatever giant stick is inside of your a-hole and pull it out. And then go deal with it, get cleaned up. But how do you know she hasn't already been? Ian, how do you know that Andrew has a giant stick up his ass? Here's the secret. I don't. But I'm allowed to make fun of him for it anyways. Because who cares? Oh, the audacity. The audacity that you would say that Erica Kirk should be sat down and questioned.
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your entire
filling the air
if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not
just filling the air with junk. Yes. Yeah. Candace calling out the junk for what it is pretty funny.
Junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should.
We got a lot of knowledge that something's wrong. Something's very wrong with Erica. And we all got the knowledge. And if you want to live outside of knowledge over in pay to play politics or wherever you're at, you can do that. That's up to you.
Be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
To my
with
knowledge,
because turning points, like we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
of that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not.
There's not a pickle jar in sight, not even olives, though there very well could have been. There's nothing. There's only the one little tiny little piece about his wife. There is a lot of untrodden ground that Candace did not touch.
Remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
explicitly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not. No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what's not? What didn't
yeah, the way that you're framing the exchange. That's not actually what happened. We were negotiated. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of, hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I said.
We got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception is your turning points horse.
Actually,
quite a few of them were. Was there 3?
Just made it up.
Or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Did we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asking.
Okay. Well,
right?
Okay. But the point being is now you're veering into trying to get.
If you can't tell, I'm very empathic, which is a great thing to be sometimes. Right now, it's making me feel very awkward for this poor man. That's just like, oh, don't say that, bro. Do not say that. Oh my God, that's the dumbest. Do not walk into that trap.
Me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
no,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
We're too retarded. You go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
A claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you'd like to.
Well, your team has one more clip they want to play. 7 days.
That is such a random, like his brain is breaking. And so he just like, emergency exit. I'm happy to get into the Patsy stuff now if you want to. What? The Patsy stuff is the whole hour and a half that you're supposed to be grilling her on right now. We're like most of the way through the Patsy stuff and it's your job to grill her on it. What are you talking about, bro? And then his team saves him with another clip. And they get Patrick Bet David to interrupt him to be like, shut the fuck up, Andrew.
We got one more
clip. We're getting into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Okay, I have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the.
Oh my God, this part. This is the part. Oh my God, this is the part. Amidst all of this awkwardness, this magical moment of cinema. We'll never get another one like this. Just, I'm not going to say anything during it. We're just going to enjoy it in all of its glory.
4 clips you were saying with Erica, so
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Are we?
Not really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
have
respond.
A conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
let's have it your way. I want it to look like we've done everything Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question, or
he said no?
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first? Okay. You guys have it in the back.
We're just waiting for the.
Okay, beautiful.
Dude. Oh my God. I'm so glad Candace didn't break the silence here because it's just so good, dude. Oh my God. I'm like literally crying. And I've already seen this clip like 3 times. They literally go through the craziest awkward silence in like debate history. Clearly spurred on by Andrew's flummoxing discombobulation. Then his team is trying to save him, but they don't actually have a clip ready, even though they're trying to save him with a clip that they should have ready. So they go silent to bring in the clip. And that gets really awkward. And so then Candace is like, man, I'll save it. I'll ask a question. And then they kind of go back and forth for a second. And Andrew's like, no, you can't ask a question. We're going to do this by the contract, and we're going to wait for the clip. And then they just go right back into the awkward silence because what? So, having been in this experience before, kind of, I'll tell you what's going on here. When you're in a podcast environment and one of these awkward moments where like media that's supposed to be ready isn't ready yet, a good podcaster jumps in and starts talking to fill the space while we're waiting. Because a good podcaster has knowledge in their brain relevant to the exact topic we're on right now that can help bridge the gap between the moment of silence and the clip. And they know where the clip is coming in. And so they can just jump in and improvise a little bit and make it, not so awkward. And this is a moment where we're on Andrew's questioning time and we're in his wheelhouse, and this floor is his. His team has just interrupted to share the clip, and now we're just hanging. And Andrew has nothing in his brain to fill the space. He just freezes like a dead deer. Sorry, like a baby deer, or like a retarded deer or something. Like a female deer, Andrew? And he just freezes and has nothing to give. And then they have this weird little awkward exchange fight about, can I ask a question? And he's like, no, we're going to do this by the book. And he still has nothing in his brain to fill the space with.
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has his
signal is
DNA
not really
on the
working.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his
So what Candace just said to Patrick Bet David is that her earpiece is a little fucked up. They're quite quiet, and sometimes they get brokeny. So she just assided to Patrick Bet David and said, I can't hear any of the audio. My thing is messing up, but I know what the clip says. So just tell me when it's over. I'm pretty sure that's what she just said.
DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to be
said-
clear, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not as degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
look at
said
it.
it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already, that's what I mean when I say
So one more time, let's watch Andrew's response at the end of this clip as he thinks through the great point he's going to make, and then he makes it.
rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance
said, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already, that's what I mean when I say that, like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this and I knew that you had some secret clip plans, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs, they said 5.
So that whole moment of silence for Andrew's career that just happened, that was all for a clip that was not relevant in any way and didn't add anything to the conversation. And once Andrew watched the whole clip, he immediately realized that he had nowhere to go with it because Candace had already clearly addressed it. And that's pretty awkward. Not just because of how awkward that is, but because of what it says about his team, strategy, and thought process going into this, which Candace is pointing out right now.
Other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip.
And let's just remember that they told PBD they had a clip when they didn't have one yet. And then that's what they wound up producing like 45 seconds later. So you tell me if to you that feels like they were trying to save Andrew from himself or not. Who knows? Who knows? And whatever you do while you're thinking, do not speculate, because that is very evil, we've learned.
That he has on the ready.
Don't do it.
Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we should
you had
show that
something
text message that you read, just because I think that's important for the
This
public.
part
You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the
So you're going to read it on my show, but not show it.
correct.
Okay.
I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask?
So you can see how he thinks he's being so clever. He's like, I'm doing what you do, Candace. Ha, ha, ha. But it actually just comes across as like, really, bro? Like, okay, that's not the W you think it is. But I'm also not sure he's actually shared it on a show yet.
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. It's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like,
good
yeah,
call
I'll
out, Candace.
release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would
See, he's really ready to do closings. Can we do closings? Because Candace is about to tear his asshole. Sorry, that's a little, sorry, let's just forget that sentence. Derek, don't cut it out, but we'll just leave it in, and then collectively, all of us will just pretend it never happened. Candace is about to, let's say, create an internet memory for all of us. Yeah, Candace is about to create an internet memory for all of us to keep and cherish for a long time, for a good long time.
Just if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
So I'm sure you've seen this before. I posted a clipped down version that was just tightened up with all the extra stuff taken out on X, and it's like at 5 or 6 million views or something. It's going everywhere. This clip is super, super viral right now for good reason. I'm sure you've seen a version of it. If you haven't seen the full version yet, or if you're watching it again, which is, worth your time, pay attention to just the body language throughout, especially from Andrew, especially his face. Yeah.
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
and the subtleties of like the tactics that are happening here, because Andrew's not dumb and he can pick up what's coming. So she asked him for, which charges do you think he's guilty of? Sorry. And he goes around in his head and thinks, fuck. If we're going to start getting into this, I don't know what charges there are. So I'm going to here's my out.
think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the
And I'm just speculating here, but the way that looked and sounded to me, it sounded like an attempt to, please don't notice that I'm not saying a charge. I'm saying an action, an event. Please don't notice. I don't want to go any further into this.
7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
And then we'll pull him up. And he ends that sentence by saying, we'll pull him up. And it's almost like he leans, he's like, we'll pull him up. And I'm already over here. So don't even ask me any questions because we're going to pull him up. And I'm already out here ready to pull it up, bro. We're like pulling it up because I don't fucking know what they are. That's kind of how it comes across.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following it
he's-
enough.
That is a terrified smile and laugh and trying to cover up all the emotions going on in there because he knows he is trapped now. He knows what's
Seems
going
pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should.
All right.
Can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge?
counter.
that he's-
You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask.
And notice how he said, this is a great gotcha because he recognized what's going on. And, kind of a gotcha on Candace's part. But also, you're going to pay $300,000 to debate Candace Owens, the world's foremost expert journalist in this field. And you're not going to prepare for your debate at all? You're not even going to read the most basic documentation and court filings to do with it? You're not going to know the charges? Or basically anything else in detail? That's dumb. That is so dumb. That's so dumb that aside from it showing that you don't know much about the case, it shows that you are just dumb. And so whatever you know things about, I now have questions about because that's really dumb of you to do. And you're about to pay the price for it in 4K.
Me play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So
And this is him realizing that he can't escape now.
please just answer the
This is
question.
fair.
Can
Name
you?
And he even speaks, he literally talked to himself. This is fair. Yes, this is fair. We're going to go through with this.
all
Nate,
7
can-
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
And he, oh my God, he digs the hole deeper because he can't even, he doesn't think Candace knows anything. He can't even imagine Candace actually just everything that she just came out of her mouth was literally just because she knows it all. So he asked her to do all 7. And that was a huge mistake, Andrew. You did not need to dig your hole deeper because it's embarrassing enough that he can't name one, but he has now asked her to name all 7.
You
Go
name,
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even.
And look at how fast he abandoned that because he had no idea. If he had any idea when he gave his answer and she said, that's not right, he would have at least, been like, what do you mean? No, it is. Yes, it is. No, I believe that it is. He obviously did not believe it because he immediately conceded it to a woman, no less, who, by the way, he thinks is retarded. So he's already ready. Okay, fine. I don't know. You name all seven. Name all seven. Name all seven. Name all seven. Name all seven.
This is like
Name all seven.
And I
Can you name all seven?
I can't
do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
And here she does exactly what she did throughout her entire this whole series, this whole time, where she baited him in by presenting it as though, I'll do all seven, but he's not sure he has it in her. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was changing his opinion on Israel, and I stand by that, but hasn't released any evidence yet. And she sits on it, waiting for them to all lie about it so she can then drop the real evidence, right? And once they've all lied on it and made themselves look like idiot, bam, receipts. She's about to do that to Andrew Wilson. Although he's already dug his own grave 7 fucking, answers deep here. She kind of has no problem slow rolling him in, acting like she's not super confident, just to show off how much of an asshole he's being. And you can tell he thinks that he's got her for a minute.
Hey, name him.
Yeah, sure.
Name him.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries the death sentence.
murder.
No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy.
No, she's just thoroughly ending your career.
Is what people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint. Doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you do it.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
I want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them, and I'm going to
me.
say again because you're going to get embarrassed.
He's looking all smug over there in his chair. He thinks that he's successfully gotcha. No, you're actually just making yourself look like more and more of a dumbass, rude, kind of sad little man.
You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the final
specific charges, though.
That is them. Obstruction of justice, witness tampering,
And the fact that he didn't know that not only indicates that he doesn't have them memorized, but it also indicates that he never even really read them in a way that even began to remotely stick them into his brain. Because when you're like familiar with a fact, but it kind of fades. Like, you were doing all the research, but there's just so much to remember that you don't really like remember the name of the road that Tyler Robinson lived on. But then someone says it or you see it written out and you're like, oh yeah, that was the name of the road that Tyler Robinson lived on. I remember now. But when presented with, 2 of the titles of the charges that are the actual exact verbatim charges that are in the reports, he did not recognize them and thought, oh, maybe there's like more there. Like what are the specific charges? You're just generalizing. I think I've got you. No, you just don't even recognize the charges at all, even when she's already said them for you. Like, it's so much worse than him not knowing one, not having them memorized. It's even worse than that. He does not know the difference between murder and aggravated murder. And he also apparently has never really been even at all familiar with at least those 4 charges that she just listed.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to him.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah.
I could hold your hand if you want.
The bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction? You just want to...
It's a massive distinction.
Oh my God. How many different examples could we come up with that are just kind of similar? Like, dude, it's like, my car is all-wheel drive. Oh, cool. So it's 4-wheel drive? Well, no, not really. It's all-wheel drive. Yeah, so 4-wheel drive, right? 4 wheels drive? No, not really. That's not how it works. And it's not the same. Right? Oh, man.
You cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's...
Candace made a great point on Twitter just like an hour or 2 ago. The fact that he doesn't know the difference between murder and aggravated murder and doesn't know this whole piece of it As well as some of the other little details that kind of come out of this report that the defense just released like 2 days ago. It was their motion of why they should dismiss the case right now. It looks like Andrew didn't even read it. And full disclosure, I didn't read it because I didn't want to. Because this case is not my life. I'm not trying to report on it all the time. I'm not trying to follow every single fucking detail right now. I do follow quite a bit, and I do try to keep track of the big pieces. And I did watch several of the analysis of it, but I didn't read the whole report myself because I didn't want to. And I'm not trying to make content on that topic right now. And I'm also not paying $300,000 for a debate that I'm getting my ass kicked in. But based on Andrew's lack of knowledge of these very central topics to that document, it would seem to indicate that he did not even read the most recent, most important file, like the defense's most recent filing that they literally just put out 2 days ago that was all about those topics. And he doesn't seem to be familiar with them. So it's like, did you actually read any of it?
I agree. Action that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you.
And then the fact that she then just totally alphas him, like she alphas him so many times throughout this where she just like takes over the schedule and is like, yeah, you're retarded. And let me just finish this whole part because it's dumb and we're not getting anywhere. If you want, we can move on to the next section now, Andy. But then her team, and so this was misunderstood by some. It might have been Barron that misheard this and kind of misinterpreted this, if I remember correctly. No shade at all. Just that if you listen carefully here, Patrick Bet-David says to Candace that your team has pulled this up. So it is Candace's team that wanted to pull this up. It was not Andrew Wilson's team that wanted to pull this up thinking that they were going to fact check her. It was Candace's team that was like, dude, she nailed all 7. Pull that up. We want to show that she got it right.
Final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5,
So 7 for 7.
6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I didn't.
And he briefly starts to read into it, like, and then quickly realizes that he can't read that fast and doesn't know anything about what's in front of him. And she is like, fuck, let's pivot.
Notice something. I just was curious.
And then he digs his hole deeper.
It's about, if I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone?
It's really not that complicated to memorize 7 charges. It's not like she memorizes things. Like she just works the case and has it all in her bones because she's so in the material. That's why it's in there. Andrew Wilson apparently cannot imagine that, a woman would remember 7 things.
How do you do it? Because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
if anyone was texted.
It's a public castration.
This
is the most emasculating thing I've ever
the violent
seen.
charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full
It's
permission.
so dumb,
The
dude.
last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Completely avoidable.
It's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm just going to read 3 of them, 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
And also point out that this is the behavior of a woman that has nothing to hide because she doesn't. She's right with God. She loves her life. She believes in herself. Do you think Andrew would hand his phone to someone and be like, look through everything in there? I don't mind.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been.
And then he digs the hole deeper. He was not content with inventing some crazy conspiracy theory about her text messages and how she must have gotten a tip. Maybe it's a Telegram message. How do you know? Yeah, Andrew, who is cooking up wild conspiracy theories with no evidence now?
I have a Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. That was a download.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend to know
if you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I just, I have, my other question is about.
I have, if you know my bail. Let me change the fucking subject right now. Don't worry, Andrew. We all noticed.
Steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
So,
questions.
you know, nothing there.
There. I don't-
Yeah. Do you have the steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said
They're really interested in the steakhouse receipt. Maybe because it makes the entire timeline impossible. It basically debunks the entire narrative if it's true. And it seems like it might be. And it's definitely dangerously provable if there is a receipt with Tyler's name on it. I'm not sure there is one with Tyler's name on it. There might be.
that I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
That's Diligent Tennyson. He's a great guy. I've met him in person. I don't know him extensively, but in all my experience, he's a great dude. Very neutral. Cares. I am curious how that whole story plays out.
Okay, so you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there.
To be clear, I'm retarded and I should really stop asking questions and get out of here. But instead, I'm going to just misinterpret her words in front of all of us for, a few minutes real quick. For
There's-
goodness
You don't
sake.
have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
no. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt,
This guy obviously has no idea how journalism works at all. You realize that most of the news stories you read, Andrew, are based on journalists speaking to sources? And then if the owner of a business tells you a thing that happened at his business, that's a fact from that owner, and he's your source. And as a journalist, you can publish that. It wouldn't hurt to corroborate it with a few others, like she did with servers and even a physical receipt. But so there's no evidence that Tyler Robinson. No, actually, the evidence is that the owner told me that he was. And then they looked and pulled the receipt.
is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is,
Actually, depending on what you think of this court, it's not exactly hearsay because she heard it directly from the person that witnessed it. And then she saw physical evidence in the receipt. So it's a little different, actually.
the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson.
say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding, I'm just
You should.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
get?
my timeline.
This is really like, he's like, but should you put it on like the calendar? Is it morally okay to put it on the calendar? So like, I understand that it's your diary, but like, is it morally right to say something mean about Erica Kirk inside of your diary? Like, really? Is that right? Like, let me talk more.
Fine. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted
asking,
to make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should if we're trying to build a timeline.
It's been verified more than a huge proportion of the journalism that gets published on mainstream news. A huge proportion of the things that have come out of Andrew Wilson's mouth today have less confirmation of what she's talking about.
You should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
Then you should
under...
remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually
Yeah, just the multiple eyewitnesses with the credit card receipt. That's more evidence than that Tyler Robinson was on the roof of the Losi Center, where there are no eyewitnesses, no clear video, and no receipt.
all good with being, I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Christopher.
Like, stop asking her questions. You're just giving her the opportunity to own you, to show us that she knows the whole case inside and out. Christopher. I didn't know Bagley's first name off the top of my head. Would not have known that. I knew Bagley, though. Could have easily answered that one.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died. Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No? Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like...
Yeah, good point. I thought it was interesting that Candace didn't go into talking about the plainclothes police officer with, what was it, like the red shirt and hat, the hat guy that was the one that went up there, that she talked about him on the show and she named him and everything. I'm kind of surprised that she didn't like name him again and go deeper into it there, or at least just, skim it right now. Curious if she's updating that theory or information about him, or if it just wasn't worth to go into the details there.
I'm not adding.
Hold,
I'm not
like I said,
adding
you
this
hold
to
the prosecution to a,
Wait a second.
a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline?
Wait, what is this word salad, dude?
This is my. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecutor.
It's been confirmed more than the vast majority of the official timeline of what Tyler Robinson did. We have no eyewitnesses to him being anywhere the whole time. No one saw him anywhere. And in fact, some people saw bald dudes with 3 other homies driving his car around, apparently. So it's, yeah, it's a weird closing angle. And it almost feels like he's out of time. It's all over. He just absolutely flamed himself in the most embarrassing way possible. And he's very aware of how bad that felt and looked. He felt it all over. And so he decides he's going to crash out the last minutes of this debate by just spamming nonsense objections to the Panguitch receipt, which is very suspicious. And Diligent was right to point this out and to be like, maybe we should dig into this receipt more.
So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler.
Why is he so defensive about this receipt that has multiple eyewitnesses and an actual physical paper receipt? That's like a really weird hill to die on in this weird defensive. I mean, look at his face. Look at his face. It's really weird. There's so many more relevant things that we could be talking about right now.
Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to keep pushing this, or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know.
Because,
I've been following it
do you think that
closely on
because,
X.
wait,
I'm following owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Carroll.
Yeah, I literally follow.
Yes, she just pointed that out and she is right. She is doing the legwork, being a journalist, same as Diligent Denizen. Actually, like, Diligent is driving across the country and like doing boots on the ground and shit. Not Andrew. No, not Andrew. He scrolls X sometimes though.
Well, the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
He like tripled down on murder and aggravated murder being the same thing. He didn't even recognize the other charges and decided to question them when she had already told them to him by name. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux of murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous. And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
Mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else?
This is not as strong of an argument as he thinks it is. Like, oh man, I just want you guys to know I love you all. And I know that most of you have already left the video. I have been desperately fighting the urge to just skip to the end ever since we got through the really bad part. And a lot of it before, because we don't need to watch all this. Honestly, the only reason why we made this video full length, why we're responding to all of it, is just so we can hang out and talk shit. And because I didn't want to take the time to like pick clips, because I don't know. They're all crazy. But at this point, I really am with you that it's like, we don't really need the rest of this video, right? But we've come this far and I'm like, okay, we'll react to the whole thing. We're almost there. It's not going to be a full 15 more minutes.
That would be Candace.
What's your issue? What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually.
So you know what you do with evidence like that, Andrew? You just chill. You just hang out and you read about it. And you learn the context of that evidence and who got it and where it came from and what it means and what it all is. And then you put it in the little pile in your brain that says things that might or might not be true that I can decide about later. And then you go about your merry little day. And you don't need to get offended about it. And you don't need to change your tampon over it. You don't need to take Tylenol. You're going to be fine because it's no big deal. There's a lot of evidence in a lot of cases where we're not really 1000% sure that it's true. And a lot of that evidence is in the case that you are defending with zero critical thought. And you know what we all do, us normal people, when we encounter evidence that is not yet 100% confirmed? We just let it be exactly as confirmed as it is. And then you wait. And if it gets confirmed, cool. And if it gets debunked, cool. But I guess if you wanted to have a breakdown of morality and raise $300,000 that you don't have to pay a retarded woman, to debate you on live TV so that you can really drive this point home about how immoral it is to put a freaking barbecue stop on a timeline that's like officially your show, and you only have 2 witnesses and a receipt, it is unthinkable. It is genuinely makes me so angry when people do things so audaciously evil. Right? Right? Am I right, guys? Am I right? Am I right? Oh my God. The audacity to do such a thing. It's really grinds my gears.
Tyler Robinson's receipt, and yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why, like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. Obviously.
When you've won the debate so handily that you can just be at the end and say, hey, if you feel like this is making you look like a serious person, you can keep going, but I'm happy to end it now if you want to save yourself. Yeah.
They took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for years.
Because you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there. If that's
sure, you can keep whatever you want there. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm probably closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and we'll come back for final thoughts.
Cool. We're gonna skip the ad break. We're gonna fucking blast through these final thoughts. Holy shit, I'm so ready to be done. I love you guys. I love hanging out. But like, look, it's literally getting dark outside right now. Okay.
The following on, if you're a Candace,
Yeah, I do need
send
Okay.
a message on one of our accounts. He said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. He said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
So this is probably, fortunately for Andrew, probably the smartest move he made in the entire debate, which was to get to his closing statement and to pretend that nothing had happened in the whole, to forget all of what had just happened and to just pretend that he had won outright and that there had been Candace hadn't said anything. It was a zero. It was a full sweep. He won 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. He is the victor without a question. He just steamrolled that right in there with zero connection to reality. And it was probably the smartest thing that he did in the entire debate. Because at least then he's leaving with a clip that he can share that can make, stupid people think that he won the debate. Smart move, man. Because it's basically all he had left at this point. Yeah.
For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, it's just funning. It's just funning, Or I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to.
So just to clarify, basically every statement that he just said is not true. And is not connected to reality and is not what Candace thinks or says or does or did or any of it. Basically, that entire rant was just made up. And it was a smart move. It was all he had left, but it was made up.
Just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all.
That's a very strong statement, bud. You're not very smart.
None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on.
Yeah, no one's trying to tell you how to think, but you should think rationally. Hey, Andrew, listen, no one's trying to tell you how to talk, but you should probably stop.
Evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe
Andrew said, wait, what's the evidence? Can you read it to me? Can we put it up on the screen?
Can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just
really
had
backed
nothing
away
the
from
entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watches this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again,
Okay, that was a smart line, PBD. The audience won. Whatever. Pretty smart conclusion on Candace's part. She doesn't give a shit. And she's right. No one cares about this debate. Honestly, we've gotten all this way. And let's be real. Everyone that was on Candace's side, they just wanted to watch Andrew Wilson burn. And oh boy, have we not been disappointed. Everyone on Andrew Wilson's side didn't matter what was going to happen in the debate. They were just going to pretend that he won it. Although it is interesting to watch on Twitter today and tomorrow. I'm excited for tomorrow to see just how quickly the support here just evaporates because there's nothing to support. Yeah. Anyways, like Candace said, you can watch it for yourself and make up your own mind. And that's why I wanted to go through the whole thing. That's why I didn't want to just selectively pick out clips. Or at least not only do that. I wanted to also produce just like a full fucking, the whole thing. So that's what we did. It is now, as you can see, dark and I need to have dinner and go to bed. So thanks for being here. I've missed you all a lot. Life is still pretty wild over here. Health is still not at all where it needs to be. And I am still moving around like a crazy person trying to, whatever. We don't need to get into it, but I am around and I am, I was going to say I'm healthy and I'm not really that healthy, but, I'm alive. I'm perfectly well and safe. I'm happy. You don't need to worry about like me being okay. I'm perfectly fine. And I have great people that love me around me. And I also have a kind of an end time when my housing life is going to get much simpler after a little bit here. And I cannot wait to be chilling and have my studio set up. So thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for always supporting, liking, subscribing, sharing the video. It means a lot, especially when I'm so in and out of YouTube. I don't really know what else to say about that whole thing that just happened. But I'm glad it's over.
Conspiracy theories are entering a dangerous
Information is the oxygen of the democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than 1% is true, that would be enough to collapse the